Gary Gilmore, I guess is his name.
One last thing. Do I have to fire the FSN computer or do I just have to turn it up? I have to fire it. So what do I hit? No. I mean at the start of the show. Okay, perfect. All four buttons? Off. Okay, does it matter if my source is on or off, by the way, the one you used? But off. Okay. And then what about the phones? That was the other thing. What has to be off on that? The pre. Okay, everything else is on. All right, I think I'm in good shape. All right, thanks, Trent. See you.
Morning, everybody. Yep, John. Hey, like I said before the series started, Panthers were better. They were.
How are your seats?
Oh, I bought good seats. 8th row behind the goal. The Rangers shot at twice. I was just off the aisle. We were seats 3 and 4, so I was just to the left of the far post. No, they were really good seats. So I had a ball. It was great being a fan. Big game atmosphere. All right. Fans were getting along. We were joking in the parking lot. The Ranger fans. And by the way, not many Ranger fans. Panther fans did not sell their Game 6 tickets. They sold Games 3 and 4. They did not sell Game 6. That place was over 90% Panthers. So they're sitting next to a guy who's been a season ticket holder since day one in those very seats. Had a 30-year pin on his shirt. Enjoyed talking with him in between periods. Shook his hand afterwards and said, 2 weeks from now, you'll be celebrating.
I hope so.
Go get it.
How about that first goal by McDavid?
Golly. I thought the best goal of the playoffs was Lafreniere, okay, when he toe drags with the defenseman of the backhander, and McDavid said, hold on a second.
All right, I'm going to switch over.
listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Monday of June. Hope you had a terrific weekend. We just have one question for you. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, as we continue our third era. And now, for the time being, it is truly just Miller and Moulton. Somebody is working much harder than the other this morning. How you holding up there?
I'm sweating. I mean, let's be honest. This is nerve-wracking. It's warmer on this side of the studio, and then add on to it the fact that I'm making sure we've got to be on the air, and that's
Right.
not normally my job. My job's to help you out, talk a little bit, say the funny line here and there, but we'll battle through it. I think I've got it figured out.
Well, I have to admit, you look like, from me just observing you, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, that's how you can see us. From me looking at you this morning, you look like a chef who walked into a completely remodeled kitchen. And you're like, okay, stove, microwave. All right, what's in these cabinets? I just see you're just kind of constantly looking around. Either that, or you're an animal, who's expecting at any moment to be attacked. I sense you constantly. Your head is going slowly side to side, kind of like, what's going on here? What's this button for? What's this?
I like that you went chef. I appreciate that, because you know how much I love to cook. What I like more is you went chef and you went stove, microwave.
Well, because that's it. Where are the utensils and plates, and let's go. What else we need?
Let's warm some stuff up in the microwave, and we're ready to go.
Right. And apparently, if you really want to cook it, hey, it's what we use the stove for. Sometimes we even, open the oven and actually put something in, heat all around instead of just, heat on top. So, all right. How was your weekend?
My weekend was outstanding. Had a really good weekend. We went to the little family trip yesterday, David.
Huh.
My wife she's a veterinarian, as I've said many times on the show, and she has to do continuing education. She has to take so many credit hours a year to keep up with her job. And yesterday was one of those cool ones where one of the pharmaceutical companies did an event at Busch Gardens. And originally she was going to go alone, and we decided to all trek up as a family. So I had my daughter doing real roller coasters for the very first time yesterday, and
Nice.
It was awesome. Because we had gone to a little place in Fort Myers years ago where they have one little roller coaster. It's rickety, it's wooden, and it was uncomfortable and bumpy, and it scared the bejibbers out of my daughter when she did it several years ago, and has been very afraid of roller coasters ever since. So we went yesterday, and we were going to go to the kiddie land, to the small one first, and we passed one of the big coasters at Busch Gardens. And there wasn't much of a wait because we were there early. And she was tall enough barely. And I said, come on, let's go. Let's do this right now. And it's a 200-foot drop at a 91-degree angle. It is one of the fastest roller coasters in North America. And we took that on right from the get-go. And I'm petrified of heights.
Right.
But I love roller coasters. It's a weird sensation. I love the thrill of roller coasters. So we went down the coaster, a couple of loops, and she was ready to go right back on the right. Let's go do it again, Dad. And I'm like, all right, now we've got something.
Well, and that's how you find out, that first one they get off. And if they're like, oh, let's do it again, you're like, oh, well, I guess we're going to be spending the next handful of years going on everything. So that's curious, because you are darn near deathly afraid of heights. I mean, you hire someone to put the star, the angel, if you will, on top of your Christmas tree. I mean, you don't even want to go. Now, you also have a house with a very, high loft area. And so you get it's not a 10, 12-foot tree. I mean, you have a tree. But, I mean, you really don't like to be off the ground, and yet you're fine with roller coasters?
No, I'm scared to death when I'm on roller coasters, but I love them.
Huh.
I love the thrill of the speed and the turns and the upside down. I like everything about roller coasters.
Okay, so when you're slowly going up.
Hate it.
And then, so is the worst 2 seconds of your life right as you're getting to the top?
No, when they hang, because I was in one of the front cars, when they hang you and you're looking straight down and not yet going, it is, but I don't know.
Ah.
I don't know how to describe it. It's
So
a
the worst,
combination of fear and exhilaration all at the same time.
so the worst nightmare that you could have apparently is being in the Ferris wheel. Okay. And then, how, they let people off one car at a time. And sometimes you're really close when they start letting people off and you're like, oh, wow, we're the third car. That's not so bad. And then sometimes, heck, you're still on your way up and they start letting people off and you go, oh, this is going to take a while. And then, when you're stuck up top and you're up top, and then 20 seconds later they move you about 10 feet. Oh, great, we got to sit here some more. Is that like the worst 3 minutes of your life?
It would be if I were ever to get on a Ferris wheel. That would
God.
not happen. But my biggest fear is being up at the top of one of those coasters and the thing not work. And I've seen, you've seen the video where they have to walk people down the stairs.
Right.
I don't know. I think I'd still be there. I would just say, get me a bucket. And whenever you get the sucker running, I'm ready to go.
So was the wife doing the continuing education? It was just you and the daughter?
Just me and the daughter for the first half of the day. And then the wife joined us for the second half.
All right. That
So
sounds awesome.
good day. I got to feed giraffes yesterday. And I love giraffes. I think giraffes are one of the, if not the coolest animal out there. I don't know if there's one cooler in my book. There are animals that do greater things. Giraffes are just tall with a long neck, but they are cool looking, and I want to ride one day. But we fed the giraffes, and that was also pretty thrilling.
So how do giraffes eat? Do they eat normally, or do they eat like us when we went to that steak eating contest?
Like us with the steak eating contest.
Gotcha. Okay.
Only it's just lettuce. They're
Right. No, I understand.
but they have a very long tongue, and they use their tongue to grab their food. It is quite impressive.
Okay. That's good to know.
So I had a good day yesterday.
Well, that's great.
And then
That's
got home
awesome.
and watched some college baseball that lasted forever into a little bit of hockey.
I was going to say, are the games over yet?
I don't think so. Holy cow.
I think people owe me an apology. I say college baseball games take a long time. I'm underselling that. Man. And they've even brought in pitch clocks into college baseball now too.
Yes, they have it. That does not matter because when they have a meeting at the mound, it's damn near like the outfielders come in for the meeting at the mound. It is. And then a pitching change involves everybody hugging everybody.
Right.
It is quite an ordeal to get through a college baseball game. But it was a fun weekend watching a little college baseball. Great weekend of hockey. Great weekend. Some good golf going on. Solid sports weekend once again, David.
Yeah, it really was. My weekend in many ways was as fun as yours, although obviously the team that I care passionately about lost. But it was great to be a fan instead of having to just be at a big game and work it. It was cool. You know me. I was talking to the Panther fans all around me, doing R&D and just, I'll say this, because it was widely reported that probably the building was about 1/3 full with Ranger fans for games 3 and 4. Mark, Panthers fans did not sell their tickets for game 6. That was over 90% Panthers building on Saturday. And obviously they were raucous from the get-go. And then when they got the first goal, and obviously we know they won 2-1. They were the better team. They deserved to win the series. They're the better team of the two in the finals, which doesn't mean Edmonton can't upset them, as we just saw Edmonton upset Dallas. But, Mark, this is how much Panthers fever is sweeping South Florida. So I drove home yesterday. I stayed over at my friend's house that, we went to the game together with. He lives in Palm Beach. Saturday night, got up Sunday and drove I-95 home. And early in my trip, I was a little overeager and I got pulled over by a sheriff. I haven't been pulled over in a long time. I was speeding. I thought I was about 10 miles an hour over. And I thought, oh wow, they're second day of the month, they're looking to get money early in the month. Okay. And so I already have my license and everything in my hand as he comes over and he says, you were speeding. And I go, yeah, a little bit, about 10 miles an hour over. He goes, no, that was a 50. I went, that's not a 60? He goes, no. And I'm like, oh, blank. And he takes a look and sees that, I don't live there. And he goes, what you doing? I said, I was in town for the hockey game last night. I'm driving back. And he says, who are you rooting for? And I look at him and I go, is whether or not I get a ticket dependent on the answer? And he smiles and he goes, yep. And I said, well, sir, you're a sheriff. I can't lie to you. I grew up in Jersey. I'm a Rangers fan. And he pulled the Paul Maurice. Remember Maurice at the presser when there was one giveaway by the Panthers in the game against the Rangers? And he said, who had it? And they mentioned his name. And he goes, well, he's out. All right. And the cop, I said Rangers, and the cop said, well, you're getting a ticket. And he turns and he takes 2 steps. And I playfully go, come on, I couldn't lie to you. All right. And he turns around, he walks back, and he hands me my license. And he says, please just slow down. You've already suffered enough losses this weekend. I'm like, look at this. The sheriff's with jokes.
Look at that. Yeah, it's been a while since you've been pulled over, and you're not afraid to drive quickly.
No, and it's been, I don't know, a good 15 years, I think, since I've gotten a ticket. But yeah, he let me go, and that would have been pricey. He said, I had you at 72 and a 50. I went, oh, I'm thinking, man, this weekend's going to cost me a lot.
You thought those tickets were expensive.
Right. So you've already suffered enough loss for the weekend.
That's outstanding. But
I love the fact that it depended on my answer. So, but that's how in a good mood they are. Sheriff's deputies are like, don't worry about it. We're good. So it's a good weekend all the way around. You're feeding giraffes, and I'm joking, with the Palm Beach County sheriffs.
Good to see they were in a good mood with the Panther victory.
As they should be. NBA Finals begin Thursday night. Stanley Cup Finals begin Saturday night. Miller and Moulton. A lot to kick around. A couple of guests for you. Hope you had a good first weekend of June, and thanks for listening to Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYE. Over there chomping on a sandwich telling me what to do.
Pop-Tarts. Wasn't
What?
telling you what to do. It was just a friendly reminder. No, Amy, come on now. I don't wear jerseys. The friend I went with too, he's like, he wanted to wear his jersey, and I said, wear it. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm just not a jersey guy. But he wore a Rangers T-shirt that he had from '94. It was his way of trying to bring some karma. But we had a blast. I was just disappointed in the outcome, but they could very well be the second best team in the league, but that's how it goes. That's how it goes, boys. No, I had the license and registration in my hand, and I said, yeah, just got on the road. I used the line, Mark. I said, yeah, I got a leisurely 4-hour ride ahead of me.
Well, last night, Ambient, their goaltender was well above average.
Yeah. I mean,
even McDavid said he stole a game for us.
Hell of a game to steal. I don't know if it made any difference, guys, but also, like, I pull over quickly, always, whenever I see lights, whether they're for me or not. And the area where you probably should have pulled over immediately was not a good area for him. It was right before a traffic light on like a 4-lane road. And I'm like, this is not a good spot to be pulled over. And I thought I saw an opening like 50 yards up. And I even motioned to the officer, kind of like, hey, follow me. And I pulled up, and sure enough, there was a bus stop opening. And I pulled in so that we could both be off the road. I was at least trying to be courteous.
All right, talk amongst yourselves.
That's right, Feeney. Bring your ass. Paul, every breakfast is a car breakfast. Ambien, are you bitter about the Stars eliminating your Avs? I don't know if it's embarrassing. It's just, that's hockey, baby.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour on this first Monday of June. Hope you had a great weekend. By the way, the magic numbers, I'm telling you, You look up, you go, really? I mean, yeah, just like that. 82, 89, 94. 82 days to week 0, 89 days to week 1 of the college football season, 94 days away from Chiefs and Ravens, 13 weeks from Thursday. So it's just like that. All of a sudden, the numbers, they were triple digits. Now, not only are they double digits, heck, 2 of them are in the 80s. Next week, the 7s will be out. It's funny how it works. We can do this. You can do this. We will help. That's our role. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We will help. You going to be okay this week as a sports fan? I mean, got to wait till Thursday night for hoops. Got to wait till Saturday night for hockey. You going to be okay?
I don't know, because I really got into watching college baseball this weekend, but that's done now till next weekend.
Well, you got a bunch of games today, but
right.
then, that's what, Friday afternoon and evening?
Right.
Now you do have college softball going on. This college softball, Major League Baseball, this is their week, right? I mean, they're in the semis, college softball today. Oklahoma and Texas, the top 2 seeds, they've got 2 chances to win 1 game today. Oklahoma's got 2 shots at the Gators to win once, and Texas has 2 shots at Stanford to win once. And the expectation is Oklahoma and Texas will find a way to win at least once today, and then they'll play a best 2 of 3 for the softball title. And I think that starts right away. I think that'd be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
I believe you're right.
So, yeah, I mean, and Major League Baseball, Tuesday and Wednesday, and then if by chance you've become a fan or you're paying attention, maybe you'll watch a little WNBA, because it seems as if Caitlin Clark's playing every other day,
and getting knocked down.
Yes, hard. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so much so, we'll give you a little cheap shot. We'll curse at you. Yeah. No respect.
None whatsoever.
No.
And that's called being a rookie.
Yeah. That's the league's way of rookie hazing. It is interesting, people's reactions to what's going on. It's like this has never happened before. Now, maybe you've never seen it happen in women's sports before, but this happens in every sport. I mean, hockey, you have to be able to catch the guy. That is the one thing. I mean, in hockey, you have to be able, people wanted to rough up McDavid when he came into the league. They want, like
Connor
Marc.
Bernard got roughed up all year.
Yes. I mean, like the league didn't take 5 years worth of runs at Sidney Crosby until they were like, well, that guy's really good. We could stop this. There's no reason to go down shorthanded. It's just he's better than the rest of us. Let's just let it go. But this has been happening. I remember Hack-a-Shaq, obviously for the first half of Jordan's career. I mean, what'd you do? You knocked them down.
Well, what did they call them? They called them the Jordan rules.
Right. So, but
and if you want to make the Jordan comparison, what did Jordan have to do to get better? He had to go hit the weight room. And Caitlin Clark's going to have to get stronger if she is going to survive in the WNBA, because they are not going to quit playing her hard until it's proven that it's not the wise way to beat their team. But right now, not only are they playing her hard, she plays for a bad team, and they're getting pounded most every night.
I mean, there's a part of me that thinks the bigger issue is that it doesn't seem like her teammates give a darn. I mean, they barely help her up off the floor. I mean, to me, I found it fascinating, Mark, that the reaction from a lot of the guys who analyze basketball for a living over the weekend was that the Indiana Fever need to go out and get them a horn. They need to just go out and get somebody who's just going to start knocking people on their butts. You and I are hockey guys. What did Gretzky have? He had a McSorley. It was very helpful. How many times did Wayne Gretzky get checked?
Still waiting for it, David.
I was going to say, in a 21-year NHL career, what, 6 times? I think there was body contact made with Gretzky. So anyway, but that's kind of where we are. But Thursday night hoop, Saturday night hockey, and then unfortunately, the a little few more days off, especially with basketball in between games. Hockey, for the most part, once they get started, every other day they go, for the most part. Although there is some legitimate travel with this series.
Yes, there is.
Okay, there is some. You know what? If they give them an extra day going between games 2 and 3, okay, I understand that. Do you have a travel day? Yes, a legitimate travel day. We do. Even if it's a private plane. What are we talking? 3,200 miles, something like that. Okay. All right. So this is right up there with biggest travel, distances. I mean, I guess it's only slightly farther than like a Celtics Lakers final, though. I mean, that's pretty far apart in this country.
Absolutely. Just heading to Alberta for a little bit of this.
Right.
We'll see if, because Edmonton there, first off, McDavid's goal last night.
Wow.
Go watch the highlight.
Wow.
I mean.
Wow. Try that in street hockey. Try that in sneakers, never mind on skates.
Try it without anybody else on the ice.
Just so,
Put some
man.
cones out there.
Right.
And see if you can pull that off.
Right. And no goalie. Also, we'll just put a blank net and then we'll just put a couple of pieces of paper tape. See if you could then hit the paper. Once you get through the cones, all right, see if you can backhand it and hit the paper.
And then remember, he's one of the fastest skaters in the league, and he does this at full speed.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I mean, even Gretzky during the intermission, they made a comment, and Gretzky was, well, I couldn't skate that fast.
No, you could not. No, you could not. Tell you what, though, this is the charm of hockey. Mark, you can't dominate. Like in football, the only way you could lose a game, the way the Dallas Stars lost last night, is, well, they dominated in yards and time of possession, but they had 5 turnovers. I mean, shots were 35-10. Dallas had 10 what they consider high quality scoring chances in the slot, high slot. 10 scored once against the worst goaltender left in the playoffs by a wide margin.
And it shows you just how good they all are, because even the worst goaltender left in the playoffs last night stole a game for the Edmonton Oilers.
Right.
He was the difference. When he had been the difference in the playoffs, it had been a bad thing for Edmonton. Last night, he was the difference. And if you're the Florida Panthers watching that, you're going, oh no. Skinner's going to get hot now? That's the last thing we need.
Right. Because Edmonton, with the way we play, they'll probably call a couple penalties on us. They kind of put the whistles away in the conference finals. I think the Rangers had like 14 power plays in 6 games, something like that. That's a small margin, small amount, I should say. If Edmonton only gets about 3 power plays or less a game, Edmonton can't beat Florida. They need like 5 power plays a game to beat the Panthers. So I'll be very curious how it's officiated.
And they get goaltending like last night, then all bets are off, period, as far as that series goes.
No doubt about it.
The starting 5 is next. We thank you so much for listening to Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
I watched Nadal's match when he got eliminated. I haven't seen any French Open since. So, and that was because it was Monday. It was Memorial Day. We had off. Well, DC, in that case, I was doing some research on some stuff. There will be some banter. Also, Marc has to make sure everything's, first day. Come on, guys. Just give us a chance here. Besides, he didn't do much talking until 7:30.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes till the top of the hour. First Monday of June. Thanks for waking up with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It was a pretty busy sports weekend. A lot more meat on the bone than maybe you think. We'll get right to it. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Stanley Cup Final is set. Game 1 will be Saturday night, and it will be in Florida. 5th year in a row that the Stanley Cup goes through the Sunshine State after the Panthers beat the Rangers in Game 6 Saturday night 2-1. Edmonton did the same to Dallas last night 2-1. 2 very different games, though. Panthers were clearly the better team, not just in the series, but in Game 6. They had like a +10 shots differential, the whole thing. Dallas lost 2-1 to Edmonton despite outshooting the Oilers 35-10.
I don't recall a time, David, ever seen a game in which a team had 10 shots and won, particularly an important game, but it was unbelievable, the shot disparity in that game.
Marc, it's the fewest number of shots for a clinching game in a conference finals ever. The previous fewest amount was 17, and Edmonton had 10. The Bruins back in the day in 1990 in the clinching game against the Capitals had 17 shots on goal and won. Not only that, Marc, the 25 shot differential is also the biggest on record in a clinching game in the conference finals. The previous biggest difference was 23. And if you're curious, it was Nashville against Anaheim back in, I believe it was 2017. That's when Nashville went to the finals and lost to the Penguins. Anyway, Connor McDavid with a goal and assist in the first period when the Oilers scored 2 power play goals on 3 shots. And that was it. And the rest was up to Skinner in net and the guy who had been a sieve and the Oilers had been playing around for the last 6 weeks decided, you know what, tonight I'm going to be a wall. Just a wall. Deal with it. And so Edmonton, first time in the finals since 1990. Panthers, third time in the finals. Edmonton hasn't won the Cup since 90. I'm sorry, Edmonton back in the finals for the first time since 06. They haven't won the Cup since 90. Panthers, of course, have never won the Cup. So something's going to happen in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be cool. Either a first-time champion or Canada is going to get their first champion in 31 years, and the Oilers are going to get their first championship in 34.
One whole country is dependent upon one team. One whole country is not sure whether or not there's a Stanley Cup final happening this year.
Joe Shad, who covers the Dolphins for a living for the Palm Beach Post, is taking to X going, hey, just kind of curious. Anybody ever been to Edmonton? What's it like? Okay. Any place we should go, see, eat? I think I'm going to be spending some time there coming up in about a week. Interesting golf weekend. Scotland's Robert McIntyre, first PGA Tour win the Canadian Open over the weekend. That in and of itself, oh, wow, first win. Congratulations. Yeah, he fired his caddy, fourth caddy he's gone through in a year and a half. He was desperate. He called his dad, and said, "Can you take off from work?" So his dad goes to his boss, gets the week off, flies in from Scotland, and with his dad on the bag, he wins the Canadian Open.
One of the best post-game match interviews you'll ever see.
Amanda Balionis with Robert McIntyre and his dad. Yes, it was awesome. It's about 2.5 minutes. If you go see it. The genuine emotion was awesome to see. By the way, Dad's one and done. That's it. Amanda even said, well, you got the Memorial next week, then the U.S. Open, and then, and he's like, first off, I'm skipping the Memorial. Sorry, Jack. We're going back to Scotland. We're going to party a little bit. And Dad's like, yeah, I got to go back to work. Here's a question. Mark, okay, if that had happened with you and your dad, do you give him the 10%?
Hell yes.
I think he's earned it.
Hell yes.
In fact, Mom may say, son, have a little something extra for the effort.
The better question is, will Dad take it? And I'm not being Dad would be like, no, I don't want it.
Yeah, that's true. I think he's engaged, so who knows? Dad may just say, keep it. It's a wedding gift. But anyway, great story. Also a great story, the U.S. Women's Open. Japan's Yuka Saso wins her second U.S. Women's Open. She finished 4 under. Only 2 players were under par. She won by 3. Americans Allie Ewing and Andrea Lee were tied for third at even par. Mark, they were the only 2 Americans that finished in the top 35. This was a remarkable tournament. I mean, obviously, every top American played in it. It's the U.S. Women's Open. The U.S. contingent had a brutal U.S. Women's Open, starting with Nelly Corda, who didn't make the cut. NASCAR, Austin Cindric, he won in Madison, Illinois, when his teammate Ryan Blaney ran out of gas on the final lap.
I hate it when that happens.
Neither one had won a race this year, so they were both racing to try to get in the playoff. Mark, they pitted 1 lap apart. And since Blaney pitted first, he ran out of gas on the final lap. Cindric had just enough gas to get across the finish line. Ross Chastain finished 12th. Still has not won this year. Right now, he's 10th in the standings, but, this is another first-time winner. We'll see how many spots are available, whether or not Ross is, without winning, can get into the playoff or not. We'll see. Baseball. Rays avoided the sweep in Baltimore. They beat the Orioles 4-3. Rallied from a 3-0 deficit, too. Key win for the Rays. Never want to get swept. Rays and Marlins have the day off. Then they'll begin a 2-game series in Miami. Yankees, man, they're hot. And they are hitting homers. Mark, what you said when the season started, you go, I don't know about the Yankees in the playoffs, but, man, they are going to be fun in the regular season.
Did you see Soto's home run?
Well, which one he hit 2 yesterday?
The one in the 9th.
You mean the one that should have a stewardess still on it?
I'm more impressed with the bat flip than I am the home run, and the home run was really impressive. Really, really impressive. I mean, it was a bomb.
Yankees with 4 in the 9th to rally and win 7-5. Their lead is 3 over the Orioles in the East. Texas, back-to-back shutouts. Marlins have yet to score in the month of June. They lost 6-0 yesterday. Cardinals edged the Phillies 5-4 in 10. And with the Braves beating Oakland 3-1, Charlie Morton with 6 one-hit innings. The Braves are 6.5 back. Detroit, 8-4 over Boston in 10. Twins, 4-3 over the Astros. The Houston had gotten themselves kind of sort of close, 3.5, 4 back. Yeah, they just went 2-5 on a road trip where they played Seattle. Well, it wasn't a road trip. They played 4 with Seattle and hosted the Twins for 3. They just went 2-5 in those 7 games. If you're the GM of the Astros, isn't that screaming, we got to make some moves? Because those are two playoff teams they just went 2-5 against.
David, thinking the same thing, because you're right. They got it close. They got it to where they could see 500, and then they played some good teams, and Seattle whooped them.
And Minnesota took Minnesota took 2 out of 3, and they're not scoring any runs. They need to go get some bats. Washington 5-2 over Cleveland, snapping the Guardians' 9-game home win streak. KC beat the Padres 4-3, so the Royals are 4 back of Cleveland. Milwaukee 6-3 over the White Sox, 11th loss in a row for the Southsiders. Brewers' lead, by the way, is 7, and it's over the Cardinals. 7.5 over the Cubs, who lost to the Reds 5-2. Our Reds took 2 out of 3, Mark. So before the game, the GM of the Blue Jays went on MLB Network Radio, and he said, I'm not firing the manager. He's not doing a bad job. In fact, he's doing a great job. Well, are you going to trade Guerrero and Bichette? No. They both had good Mays, and I'm not trading either one. And then Toronto went out and beat Pittsburgh 5-4. But the GM basically before the game shot down every rumor involved with the team. He's like, I am not firing anybody. We're not trading anybody. Okay? Chill out. Okay.
This keeps going. I'll get fired at the end of the year.
Well, exactly. Yeah, obviously. Dodgers 4-0 over Colorado. Their lead in the West is 6.5. Seattle is a 4-game lead in the West after beating the Angels 5-1. And Arizona, it's the 6th time this year the Mets had a lead going to the 9th and lost. Remember, the year's 2 months old. That's a lot, by the way. Arizona Marte, a 2-run bomb in the 9th, 5-4 over the Mets. College baseball, the great story, which got an unbelievable amount of attention over the weekend. Good for them. The Panthers of Birmingham Southern, the D3 school. We interviewed their left fielder last week, Jacob Zito. That's the school that literally went out of business last Friday. And yet their baseball team was in the Division III World Series. They lost Friday night. They had a walk-off 2-run homer to win Saturday. They had a 10-5 lead in the 7th yesterday. Gave up 2 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th, and a walk-off homer in the bottom of the 9th by Wisconsin Whitewater. Ended not just their season, but Birmingham Southern University, 11-10. Give it up to the Panthers, though. Marty and McGee spent like 3/4 of their radio show Saturday morning talking about them.
Good for those kids to have to go through what they did, then to have a great silver lining to get to the College World Series and all the notoriety they got with it. Fun story.
So 11 of the 16 college baseball teams are through to the Super Regionals. Florida has their chance today. They take on Oklahoma State at 3 o'clock on ESPNU. 8th-seeded Knowles are through to the Super Regionals, and they undoubtedly will be hosting one of them. Tennessee, Clemson, Georgia, NC State, Virginia, Kentucky, A&M, West Virginia, Kansas State, and Oregon are those that joined Florida State through to the Super Regionals. Softball, Florida eliminated Alabama yesterday. They need to beat number 2 Oklahoma twice today to advance to the final. Top-seeded Texas has 2 shots to win 1 game against Stanford. So the likely 1 versus 2. And really, Mark, Florida is the only SEC team in the softball Final Four. Yeah, but when the other 2 are Texas and Oklahoma, basically 3/4 of the Final Four are SEC. Simone Biles easily won her 9th U.S. championship in gymnastics over the weekend. She seems in great form for Paris coming up in about 7 weeks. French Open, women's side, 4th round action. Emma Navarro, one of 2 Americans left. She'll try to advance to the quarters where Coco Gauff is already waiting. Men's 4th round today, Djokovic in action. So is 12th-seeded American Taylor Fritz. He's the last red, white, and blue left in the French Open field. The 2-seed Sinner and 3-seed Alcaraz have already advanced to the quarters. And finally, Mark, remember the story last week about the Jags and their flight to London? They're being sued. Their former kicker, Brandon McManus, is also being sued by 2 stewardesses alleging sexual assault. Yeah, McManus left the Jags, signed with the Commanders. Yeah, they cut him. So there you go. And Jacksonville could be in a lot of trouble because initial reports are there was booze and marijuana on the flight. And that's a no-no in the eyes of the NFL. So it'll be very interesting as this story goes forward, what the NFL does. And as we approach 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
So there you go. Hope that got you somewhat caught up on the weekend that was.
David, you would make the playoffs in the National League being a game below 500 right now. There are only 5 teams in the National League that have a record of above 500 or above.
Well, is the number just 6 in the American? The 3 in the Central, Seattle in the West, and the Yankees and the Orioles, right?
The Red Sox are 500.
Okay. So only 5 teams above 500 in the NL and only 6
above
500 in the AL. Wow, that's a lot of bad baseball teams.
That's a lot. That's a lot of bad baseball.
Wow.
A lot of mediocrity at best.
Man. Miller and Moulton. Hey, you want some football? We got some football to talk about on the other side.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and
Yes, Feeney. But when you have to produce material, well, also, when do you start betting on the White Sox to win a game? Lost 11 in a row. Man, that's tough to do. And let's see, when do they play again? They don't play today. But, well, what sport we're talking? Baseball. We're going to get 2 expansion teams, and we are. They're going to go to 32, and it's all about money. It's not about quality of product. Yeah.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this first Monday of June. Hope you had a great weekend, and thanks for waking up with us, so to speak. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Ken LaVicka will join us an hour from now. We'll talk not only about the Florida Panthers' run to the Stanley Cup Finals for the second year in a row, but also the Dolphins signing of Waddle. What should they do with Tua? So we'll talk a little South Florida sports with Ken LaVicka coming up 1 hour from now, and we'll talk a little baseball, at least the Yankees, with Marc Malusis 2 hours from now. Hey, I said before the break, I'm going to throw some football out at you. You ready?
Football.
Magic numbers are 82, 89, and 94. Is that with your hand in the dirt there, or is that 3-point stance? Is that
Stance.
okay?
3-point
Edge
stance.
linebacker, hands
Guard.
on knees,
Guard.
Okay.
Thinking about pulling.
Anticipating the snap, are we?
We're running. I'm pulling.
Wow. All right. 82 days to week 0, 89 to week 1 of the college football season, 94 till Ravens and Chiefs. Give me one more and then I'm okay. So in the NFL, they got this thing. It's called post June 1st. You know, you can release a guy, but you can designate it as a post June 1st cap casualty. And usually that has significance concerning the cap. You usually can then split if you designate someone a post June 1st cap casualty. You can split however much that the cap charge will be over 2 seasons, this year and next. If you release them right away before free agency starts, say before March 15th, usually you take the entire cap hit right away, like the Broncos with Russell Wilson. The thought was they'd split it. They'd make him a June 1st cap casualty. They said, no, actually, we're going to take it right now. Oh,
No, they hated him so much they needed to get rid of him right away.
right. And, the difference is also if somebody gets released March 15th, they can sign right away. Now, like Xavier Howard by the Dolphins was declared a post June 1st cap cut. So the Dolphins defer the cap hit, but also that cap hit, they didn't have that money to spend from March 15th to now. They get the money over the weekend. So we got new cap.
It's like finding a 20 in your shorts when they come out of the dryer, David.
Mark, in some cases, it's finding multiple 20s because, there are some teams that all of a sudden they got money, Mark. Who has the most cap space left? As of June 1st, cap cuts are in, the whole deal. So we got new salary cap figures. Who's got the most money?
I would think a really bad team.
You are correct.
I would think the Carolina Panthers.
Well, believe it or not, no. In fact, the Panthers have the 5th least amount of cap room left at $6 million.
Patriots?
Correct. 46 and change the Patriots have to spend. Curious Patriots fan out there? Are there players that are still out there that you're like, well, let's pick this guy up. Let's go get this guy. Now, you can also sign some of your current guys to extensions and give them bonuses that can count immediately. You can use that money. Also, if you don't use that money, some of it then can get added to next year's cap. And we've talked with Pat Kerwin over the years in which Pat has said that genuinely you need about $10 million when the season starts to go through the year with all the players that are going to get hurt and all the new players you're going to have to sign. Remember, you promote someone from the practice squad to the regular roster. Well, they're making $200,000 on the practice squad. They got to make $750 now. That's adding $550 to your cap. So the general rule of thumb is $6 to $10 million you need once the season starts to get through the rest of the year.
Just a quick sidebar.
Mm-hmm.
When you go through all of those things, it is like me in calculus my senior year in high school when you start talking about the cap. Who the hell came up with these ideas? Hey, you can cut someone this day, but it only affects 1 year. If you cut them after June 1st, it affects 2 years. If you spend all of your cap, that's great. But if you don't and you're way underneath it, we can add it. I mean, there are more rules to this. It's like a house game of Monopoly, for crying out loud. And all of a sudden there's $500 on free parking and you're going, that's not in the rule book.
You know what? That's a dadgum good point because the first couple of years I played Monopoly as a kid, there was no pot. There was no money in the thing. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, wait a minute. We throw money in the thing? Oh, yeah. The $200 you throw in the thing. What? Huh. Who has the least amount of cap room? I'll give you a hint. Not a good team.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So think about
Is this the first year of Arizona Kyler Murray's deal kicking in?
Well, believe it or not, it is, and yet the Cardinals have the 4th most amount of cap room left at $35.5 million. The Giants. Now, the Giants will probably real soon get around 12 or so million added because Darren Waller, their tight end, is likely retiring. He hasn't yet, or they haven't cut him. They can cut him now and save 12 million against the cap. So I think the Giants, who have $1.1 million right now to spend, are going to have enough money. Darren Waller will allow them to do business, Mark, if you will, throughout the year. It looks as if he's retiring. Seahawks also have barely over $1 million. Saints, Ravens, first good team. Ravens have just under 6 million. Panthers, Jets, Falcons, Broncos, which makes sense, the huge Russell Wilson.
Right.
Broncos have 7.7 million. Rams, 8.5. Tampa Bay, to me, Mark, is kind of the line of demarcation. Somewhere between the Rams at 24, 8.5 million available, the Bucks at 10.4 million. Because that's right around what we've been told by Pat Kerwin and others over the years in terms of how much money you need to do business for the rest of the season. Okay. So we got about 8 teams that don't really have enough money. They're going to have to, probably release a guy or two and save some money here. Okay. Good teams. Do you know the Lions have 40 million?
I knew they had a lot, and they've already signed all those players. They took care of 3 guys, but those don't all kick in this year.
Okay, but let me ask you, is there anybody out there? I mean, anybody. How about Xavier Howard? No, I'm serious. Come on now. They're a Super Bowl contender. You have $40 million. I mean, come on now. Like, listen, quick tangent. I'm a New York Rangers fan. The owner of the Rangers said to the general manager, "You can't trade our first-round pick in next year's draft." He said, "Why?" And the owner said, "Because we're hosting the draft at the Sphere. I own the Sphere, and we have to have a pick." And so the Rangers did not do much at the deadline. Well, the Panthers went out and got Tarasenko, who scored the clinching goal. The Rangers, who acquired Tarasenko last year, wanted to bring Tarasenko back. He wanted to come back. But, if you're the Lions, you lose the NFC Championship game again, and there's 1 or 2 guys who are out there, and the fans go, "Well, why'd we hold on to that $40 million? Why'd we let so-and-so go here? We could have used him." Am I off base?
Not at all.
Jaguars have 34 million, by the way, 5th most cap room. That's a pretty good team, right? I mean, if you're a Jags fan, and I know you're negotiating with Trevor and what have you, but most of that money's for the future. You can't use this money on the $1.4 billion stadium deal. I mean, come on. There's nobody out there we can sign? Nobody. There's got to be somebody out there that could help us, 34 million. Hey, Packers, 30 million. And that's because they're the youngest team in the league. I mean, they got just guys, salary control. There's not a veteran that could help Green Bay. Depth. Sign a couple guys for depth. The Eagles, 27 million. By the way, the Chargers, remember they made all those cuts and renegotiations and what have you? Chargers have 26 million. Can they bring back one of those wide receivers now?
But I think the Chargers could be in the hunt for the playoffs. When you talk about the Packers, there are expectations. When you talk about the Lions, there are significant expectations.
Sure.
You're talking about the Eagles. After the disappointing playoff last year, there are high expectations for the Eagles this year. Those are teams that need to make moves, need to be acquiring depth right now instead of sitting on $30 million over the cap or under the cap.
Colts, 26 million. Niners, 25 million. 25 million.
How?
Yeah, obviously, next year, I'm assuming, they got issues. Remember, Ayuk hasn't gotten paid yet. But yes, think about that cap management. And how? Brock Purdy. That's how. I mean, their quarterback's making $1 million. The Bengals, 21 million. Texans, 20 million. Dolphins, 19 million. Steelers, 18 million. Chiefs, 17 million. Cowboys even have 12 million.
But 12 million is really 2 to 4 million.
Right.
If you need 8 to 10 to run your year,
right,
that's not a lot of money.
I agree with that. But
any of those teams that are at the 15 million plus mark They've got money to sign somebody.
Yeah, like, Steelers 18, Dolphins 19, that sort of deal. Bengals 21. I mean, come on now. There's not one veteran player out there that couldn't help you worth $4, $5, $6 million bucks. No, that's all. So, over the weekend, a new salary cap basically emerged for all the teams in the NFL. Just wanted to let everybody know who's got money and who doesn't. Patriots 46, Commanders 43, Lions 40. 3 teams who still have 40 or more million to spend under the cap.
That's a big number for Detroit with all the signings that they already made to put the finishing touches on what should be a Super Bowl contending roster. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When shoes
Hey, pleasant journeys. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Got to admit, I really liked being a fan over the weekend. It's just nice. Being able to let loose. Would have been nice if I had a little bit more to let loose about, but it was just nice.
Did you yell, "Hey, ref, you suck"?
Nope. No chance. You know. Said to the guy, the 30-year Panther season ticket holder sitting next to me, I go, when the few Ranger fans here try to start the Let's Go Rangers chant, if I chime in, what are you going to do? He said, I'm going to say, Let's Go Panthers louder than you. I go, how about if we just agree to stay quiet? He goes, I like that.
$18 for a beer at Busch Gardens, by the way.
How big's the beer?
20 ounces.
I mean, obviously it's not good, but that's not awful. I mean, how many years ago was it that you were getting like the 20-ounce beers at Lightning games for $14? And that was a while ago.
Oof.
I know.
$5 for a water.
That honks me off. That bothers me. $70 to park.
No, I do not have the NHL network, Sonny. So no, I did not watch the Spirit win the Mem Cup. The Saginaw Spirit, your Memorial Cup winner.
Wow.
Yeah, host city won.
Good for them. And the Blades and KC are 1-1, right? Blades won game 1 like 8-1, and KC won game 2 like 4 or 5-1. So
all right.
like I was saying, what you really want to do is, and like I was saying,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton on this first Monday of June. Hope you had a nice weekend. 82, 89, and 94 are the magic numbers. 82 days to week 0, the college football season. Your first college game day on ESPN. Little Florida State, Georgia Tech action from Ireland. 89 days away from that first full-fledged Saturday. Week 1 of the college football season, and 94 days away from Ravens and Chiefs to get things going. Remember, the NFL is going to play 4 days out of the first 5. They're going to do a little Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday action. Remember the Friday games in Brazil. Hey, you're the video gamer of the show, right? Because you and your son have done video games against one another, right?
Yep. Even let the daughter and I play a little golf on the PlayStation occasionally.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And just for the record, you don't let your kids win.
Oh, God, no.
Well, some parents, till a certain age, they will take it easy, occasionally let them win at board games or video games. For the record, you and I, because I didn't play video games with my daughter, but we played board games all the time. I never let her win.
My daughter owns me in Battleship now. I can't win.
So now it's personal.
Oh, it's not even funny. I mean, it's to the point now where, I tried it because now she's got a tablet. And it probably is the demise of my wife and I of letting her have a tablet, and she plays some games on there. And I try to get her off of the tablet, without just saying you're grounded and you can't have the tablet.
Right. Give me the tablet.
And so I went through like every game we had. You want to play this? You want to play this? You want to play this? And she agreed to play Battleship. And after she beat me 3 times in a row, I'm like, just take your damn tablet and go back to your games.
Well, now you have to play her until you win. I mean, come on. You can't just go the rest of your life. I mean, you can't have it 15 years from now. She's looking at you go, Dad, remember, okay, you've never beat me at Battleship. I mean, you got to play till you beat her.
Well, the next time I beat her will probably be the last game we ever play.
Oh, totally. No. You throw the tablet down on the couch and go, I'm out. So a lot of hype last week about EA Sports and college football 25.
Right?
Are you in, by the way?
I am not, because you have to have a PlayStation 5. I do not have a PlayStation 5, Xbox or PlayStation 5, but I have a PlayStation 4. I'm not going to go out and fork over that kind of money just for a game. My son, on the other hand, is buying a new PlayStation literally just for this game, because he does not game per se. He plays the hockey, he plays the football, and maybe a little golf, a little soccer, but he's not into all of the other games that a lot of folks are into. And he will buy this simply for the college football game.
Okay. There's 2 things that I just want to point out. One, because obviously EA Sports, they got to come off their hip for this. We're in a new landscape. You got to have players and or teams included in this, you have to pay for their rights. So one of the questions that was asked is, so how much is EA Sports paying each school? Well, this was the agreement. I don't know if you saw this. So EA Sports is paying colleges based on a tier system, 4 tiers. And what's the criteria? AP poll finishes from the past 10 years. AP poll. All right. Not the final, the committee poll. All right. So, by the way, if you're in tier 4, you get just under 10 grand as a school. If you're in tier 3, you get just under 40 grand. If you're in tier 2, you get just under 60 grand. And if you're a tier 1 school, EA Sports is writing you a check for $99,875.16. Okay. Here are the tier 1 schools, and I'll do some quick math here. There are 13 of them.
All right.
Bama, Ohio State, Clemson, Georgia, Notre Dame, Oklahoma, Michigan, Oregon, Penn State, Iowa, Utah, Oklahoma State finishes as a tier 1 school based on AP top 10 finishes for the last 10 years.
AP's always loved the Big 12, David.
That is true. LSU, by the way, the other one. So, some of the big boys that you would expect: Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, all right, Georgia, LSU, Michigan, Oregon, Penn State. But Iowa qualified, Utah qualified, Notre Dame qualified, and Oklahoma State qualified. Which, by the way, leaves, quite a few in tier 2. I mean, tier 2 is huge. Tier 2 is nearly 40 schools. But Florida State, Texas, Florida, USC. I mean, TCU played for a natty a couple years ago, only a T2 school. Auburn. Just saying. But by the way, some that made it surprised me. South Florida made it as a tier 2 school. And to give you any idea, Mark, all right, NC State's a tier 3 school. Minnesota's tier 3.
I think the money surprised me. That's really not that much money to pay to these schools.
Now, right now, the thing is, you got to write 130 something checks. So, I mean, it does add up, but you're right. I mean, you're Alabama. They're using you in EA Sports. You're getting 100 grand.
It's not a lot of money.
I agree.
And that's why the players didn't get a whole hell of a lot of money either.
No. But
And most all of them simply signed the agreement and said, let me have my game and put me in it.
But here to show you tier 4, the last tier, and we could all rattle off, most of the MAC, most of the Sun Belt, the whole deal. But here's the embarrassment. If you're a quote power, now I guess technically it's going to be 4. If you're a power 4 school and you're in tier 4, like Vandy, Rutgers, Cal, Nebraska.
Ouch.
Illinois. I mean, there are Virginia, Boston College, Nebraska.
So Nebraska, Illinois, Rutgers are the 3 Big Ten schools that are in tier 4.
Yeah, if there's more, there's a bunch of schools here. There's like nearly 50. So I'm trying to go through the logos and quickly rattle. Duke is tier 4. You got Duke, Cal, big ACC
Strong
school.
ACC school.
Right. Mm-hmm. But so only 13 schools qualified for tier 1. They're getting about 100 grand. They got about 50 schools in tier 4. They're getting just under 10 grand. Yeah. Nebraska. Ouch. That's gotta hurt. How bad has the last 10 years been? We're tier 4. Oh,
that's the school that someone's going to take and try to win a natty with. They take those really bad schools in EA Sports and try to win a natty with them. Nebraska now makes that list.
South Florida, tier 2. Nebraska, tier 4.
That does not make a lot of sense.
I know, and it's based off of AP polling of the last 10 years. And I'm pretty sure they go final polls. Yeah, I know. So just thought people might find it interesting.
No doubt. A
And
lot
like
of people
you
have
said,
already pre-ordered the game.
And like you said, they may find the thing most interesting is how little money these schools are actually getting. Miller and Moulton. Ken LaVicka in a half an hour.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury,
All right. Just to recap, Notre Dame was tier 1 Irish football. UCF was tier 2 with South Florida. They were both tier 2. Miami was also tier 2. Florida State was tier 2. Gators were tier 2. So the big 5, if you will, in Florida were all tier 2. Mark, you had said the Big Ten schools. I missed one. Maryland's tier 4 also. Rutgers, Nebraska, Illinois, Purdue, Maryland. 5 Big Ten teams in tier 4. Syracuse tier 3, Iowa State tier 3, South Carolina tier 3, Colorado, Georgia Tech, Wake, IU, all tier 3. By the way, Navy was tier 2. Air Force and Army tier 3, Navy tier 2. So did the Big Ten West have any tier 2? Yeah, Wisconsin. By the way, Michigan State, Mark, was tier 2. Northwestern was tier 2. So, of course, they fired the coach. Oh, man, Boise State. Come on. Damn. All right, I'll answer one more. I don't know about the FCS. I'm not a video game guy. I'm looking at logos here. Boise State is tier 2. That's it. Colorado was tier 3. So that's it. Not looking up anymore.
All right, I'm switching back.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Ken LaVicka will join us at that point in time, and we'll talk a little South Florida sports. Got a few things going on there. Like, by the way, is Florida threatening to take over the title of the state of hockey from Minnesota?
Threatening.
You
Threatening.
can't.
They've
Marc,
taken it over.
Marc, you cannot. When did Congress pass the law? I missed it. When did Congress pass a law that said, just so you know, can't have a Stanley Cup final unless the team from Florida is in it? It's 5 years in a row, baby.
Gators and Knowles and Canes need to start a college hockey program. Maybe they can win at that.
Knowles were like, we tried to get in the college football playoff. They wouldn't let us in. We're not even getting into minor league hockey. Heck, there's the team in Florida is dominating the ECHL the last 3 years. But, 3 in a row for the Lightning in the finals. They won the first 2. They got beat 2 years ago. They taught the Panthers how to win, eliminated the Panthers 2 of those 3 years. The Panthers said, okay, we got it. Thanks. We'll take it from here. And they have 2 in a row, and the guts of that team is locked up.
Was their dominance different in person? You and I have watched them now throughout this playoff run and have watched their style. Is it more dominant in person when you can see the whole ice and see everything that's going on?
What to me was remarkable in person was how much they took away the entire middle of the ice. It seemed as if there was never a pass that could be made from the outside to the inside. And it didn't matter where the Rangers were on the ice. In their own zone, all right? Nope. Besides the defensemen playing catch with one another, 200 feet away from the other goal, But once they tried to move forward, Marc, once they said, okay, the middle of the ice, and I mean a big portion of the middle, it's kind of like the Panthers do to the ice what a defense does if they basically say to the offense, you can only throw the ball from the numbers to the sideline. Otherwise, there's no room in between, not the hash marks, the numbers. That, to me, was remarkable what the Panthers did. It seemed as if the Rangers were playing in 2 sliver rectangles along the boards. That's the only way they could move the puck.
Well, and David, and just watching, one of the things I noticed from Game 6 in particular is that when Florida starts trying to establish their forecheck, if New York was able to get the puck and start moving out, they are so quickly back-checking that those lanes that you talk about that other teams have, that 5th player is already back into the play so quickly that you never are able to get a quick man advantage to make the extra pass out. Their ability to back check and get back into play from their forwards, they don't quit working. They don't quit skating. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter if it's the 4th line guy or if it's Barkov. It doesn't matter if it's the 3rd line guy or Tkachuk. They never quit skating. And, Tkachuk after the game was asked by the reporter if, how hard is this system to play? And I thought his answer was perfect. We think it's harder on the opposition. They've developed a mindset where it's not hard for them to play that way anymore. They know what it does to their opposition, and they do a terrific job of doing it.
This series, to me, is pretty simple coming up. The Panthers were the best 5-on-5 team in the league this year. They were. The Oilers are the best power play team in the league by far.
And one of the best power play teams ever. Not just this year.
Right.
Historically great what Edmonton's done with the man advantage.
So now the Rangers had an elite power play. The Panthers stayed out of the box. I think the Rangers had either 14 or 16 power play opportunities in the series. That's less than 3 a game on average. But guess what? You know how many power plays the Oilers had last night? 2, 3? I think they had 2. Marc, how many power play goals did they score?
I don't think they had any, did they?
The Oilers last night pulled their goals from the
Or-
power. Yeah. I think they had 2 power plays and they scored 2 power play goals. And to me, if the Panthers
Oh,
are
you're right.
short,
My mistake. For some reason, I thought McDavid's first goal wasn't on the power play.
if the Panthers stay out of the box the way they did against the Rangers, this to me would be the greatest Stanley Cup Finals upset of our lifetime. Now, Edmonton gets some calls. They do.
Well, they have the best player.
Yes.
I
And
mean, this is the first time in a series for Florida where the best player was not on the ice for the Florida Panthers. I really believe that, David.
and it's tough to rough him up. Dallas tried a little bit at times, and every time they gave him a little penalty, roughing. Really? That's probably not roughing on anybody else on the ice, but it's roughing on him.
And-
Okay.
David, and boy, you're on to something because not last night, but in game 5, McDavid gets that little bump in the back. Maybe it was a cross check. Maybe it wasn't. I mean,
Listen, a Tuesday in January, I see that penalty. All right. A Saturday in late May, early June, that's a penalty.
well, when you've got both
Whoa.
Lundqvist and John Cooper, who's been filling in going, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. That's not a penalty. You got to let him
No.
play. But the more important part of that story is that after the penalty happened, McDavid pitchforked the guy who hit him. No, he pitchforked him. He missed, but that's a 5-minute spear in a game misconduct for most every player in the league.
Right. And I believe instead Edmonton went on the power play and McDavid
Correct.
was on the ice.
Yes.
Right. And they scored. Right. So, I mean, you don't want to put the onus on the officiating. That sounds like, cheap, immature sports commentary. But the fact of the matter is that most of these calls are, it's like a bunch of pass interference penalties. It's kind of beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Is that hooking or is that a little bit of a dive and an embellishment? Okay. Sometimes it depends on the player going down on the ice. If it's a really good player, oftentimes that's hooking. If it's a third, fourth liner, let him play. Listen, and I cannot say it enough. And if anybody's been listening for the last few weeks, I've thought the Florida Panthers have been the best team heading into the playoffs. Okay. I thought they were the best team. All right. But the key, if the Rangers-Panthers had a key play in the series, the Rangers are up 2-1. Game 4 is in overtime. Horrible giveaway by the Rangers. And was it Barkov who's going in and it's almost a breakaway and he gets hooked? Okay, a little thing on the hands and what have you. And he could not get a high-quality shot off. Okay, was it a penalty? Oh, sure. Okay, but it was called in overtime. And if that's a fourth liner, they ain't getting that call. That's a penalty because that was Barkov who had the puck. And when one of the 10 best players in the league can't get a high-quality shot off on a near breakaway, you call the penalty.
And I was rooting for the Panthers. I will admit that now. I haven't had the guts to tell David that
I knew that.
I don't like his Rangers, and I don't know why. I haven't been able to figure it out, but maybe it's an anti-New York sentiment that I have that when it starts going, I start rooting against New York teams.
That's fair. Okay, because you don't like
That
Boston
wasn't a
teams.
penalty.
Oh, okay. And not only did I think it was a penalty, I thought it might have been a penalty shot, which I would have
Little
loved.
hook among the hands as he's coming down. That in my world in overtime is not a penalty.
Okay. But it was Barkov.
Correct.
So that's going to get called, just like if it's McDavid or Draisaitl for Edmonton. That's going to get called. Florida, big favorites. Big favorites. Even though they were the betting favorite throughout the series against the Rangers. Just like Carolina was the betting favorite throughout the series against the Rangers, too. So, Vegas was not high on the Rangers. New York fans may have been high on the Rangers, but a lot of people weren't, and with good reason. So, Florida's never won the Cup. Canada team hasn't won it in over 30 years. Edmonton hasn't won it in 34. Edmonton hasn't even been in this game in 18 years. It's funny. You got Boston in the NBA, who lost Game 7 of the conference finals at home last year. People thought that they were the better team and they screwed it up. The year before, they lost in the NBA finals. So the feeling is, Mark, it's the Celtics' time, right?
Absolutely. It's their championship to lose.
The Florida Panthers 2 years ago won the President's Trophy, best team in the regular season. Lightning had to teach them one more lesson of how you win in the playoffs, and they swept them.
So much so that they revamped the entire team.
And now they lose in the finals last year. And I will say, the big thing that was on the scoreboard before the game, and I don't know if this has been a theme with the Panthers all year. I'm guessing it has been. We just didn't realize it. Redemption tour. That was a big thing that was on the screen pregame, that this is a redemption tour. We didn't get the job done last year. We're finishing the deal this year. And to me, it's kind of like Dallas has Luka. Edmonton's got McDavid. Dallas has Kyrie with Luka. Edmonton's got Draisaitl with McDavid. Both the Mavs and Oilers, significant underdogs, yet at the same time you go, are the two best players on the court in Dallas? Now, maybe not with, obviously Tatum and Brown. And we could line up who the Panthers players are, but around the league, Edmonton's got the best player in the league, right?
Well, there's no doubt there.
And Draisaitl is a scoring machine in these playoffs. So I find the similarities between the two. The Dallas and Edmonton versus Boston and Florida. With heavy expectations for the Celtics and Panthers to hoist the trophy. Heavy expectations. Mark, you're 54 years old. You've been following hockey for almost 50 years. If the Edmonton Oilers, this team, beats the Panthers and goes through Dallas and Florida and wins the Cup, top 2 upsets in 50 years?
It's got to be. Particularly when you look at Bobrovsky versus Skinner. I mean, that's the other part that you have to factor in. The goaltending advantage that the Florida Panthers have is significant in this series. But Skinner's coming off his best game in the postseason.
Maybe of his life.
To clinch for Edmonton last night. He was sensational.
We have debates in the Twitch chat room and 21,000 on the text line, if McDavid's better than McKinnon or this guy. All I can tell you is,
he is.
Amongst hockey people, NHL people, who's the best player in the league? Connor McDavid's going to win the poll. He's going to win it by a wide margin. He just is. So.
When
and
you're
now,
putting a deity next to Mick in his name, okay? No one else gets that in the league. I don't want to offend anybody by saying it, so I won't. You can all figure out what I mean. They're not saying that about anyone else.
Nope. But I also love the fact, a lot of expectations. Connor McDavid, hockey prodigy, first overall pick, the whole deal. Well, guess what he's done? He's taken a team, helped put it on its back, and has them in the finals. Well, a lot of pressure on Luka. And he got paid early in his career. It's like, well, okay, you got to take us to the promised land. And now Luka's, on the beach looking around going, well, we're here. Let's go.
It's pretty late to nominate it, but for a poll question, which underdog do you give a better shot to win a title?
Ooh, I like it.
Edmonton or Dallas?
I like it. We've had a lot on our mind today, but Yeah, that's true. I mean, you only have about 37 things on your plate. That's why I didn't even think about asking you to do a poll question.
Oh, we can get there. We can get one up. What the hell? What's one more thing at this point?
I will say, I saw a funny comment the other day. So now does Marc get the $9 a show? Yep, in theory. Yep, that's
In theory.
Trail. Locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be.
Hello, Ken. Hey, it's Mark Miller from Miller and Moulton. How are you? I'm calling a little early because our producer has left us. Now I'm producing and co-hosting a show, so I've got to get this crap right. So I'm going to throw you on hold. We've got about 2 minutes before we come back up, and then David will go first, and I'll go second. We go back and forth. How are things going? Right? Understood. I understand. Severance pay is a beautiful thing. Not many of us get it in this world. All right, I'm going to throw you on hold, Ken. Thanks so much for doing this.
Probably should have turned my mic off for that, but
That's all right. People
there's some
enjoy
behind the scenes for you people.
Yeah. Remember what Mark always commented about Trent? He gives good phone.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
It's the third hour of Miller and Moulton on this first Monday in June. Hope you had a good weekend, and we thank you for starting the week with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. He is the terrific play-by-play voice of FAU sports, whether it be football or basketball, and did not know this, even though this is why we called him. He is a self-proclaimed, Mark, hockey expert. We were just calling him to catch up and, talk about life and the pursuit of happiness and Florida Panthers, Jalen Waddle's contract. And I did not know, Ken, that when you follow you on X at KLV says, the first two words under it says hockey expert. How about that?
Yeah, you know what? I about 3.5 weeks ago, and I had this revelation, and I realized that, my God, I am truly one of the most innovative hockey minds on the planet today. And so that was in the throes of a playoff series against the Boston Bruins, where Brad Marchand of the Bruins was for 48 hours. We're gonna pay back the Panthers for a cheap shot in a fight between Kachuk and Pasternak, and then sure enough went to go hit Sam Bennett and hurt himself. And then Bruins fans acted as if they were watching the Zapruder film, back into the left, trying to figure out where Sam Bennett threw a Matrix-like punch at Brad Marchand. Just an unserious fan base, the Boston Bruins. And from that point forward, I felt as if I knew enough where I could self-proclaim myself as a hockey expert.
And what was that about the Boston fan base? That was pretty good.
Completely unserious. Just a
Unserious.
circus show, clown show fan base, the Boston Bruins.
I love it. Look, at the Panthers Now, this is 5 straight Stanley Cup finals for teams in Florida. We are taking over the sport, Ken. Now the Panthers going back-to-back to finals. What do you see differently about this year's team than the team from a year ago?
One, they're unbelievably healthier at this point. Two, last year, and they talked about this after finishing off the Rangers the other night, last year was sort of a happy to be there. You remember they got into the playoffs on the final day of the regular season a year ago, and then we're down 3-1 to the Bruins before taking them down in that shocking Game 7. And from there, just sort of rode a wave of momentum and hot goaltending from Bobrovsky. And this time around, the expectations truly are there. There is nothing shocking about this. They're getting contributions outside of Tkachuk and Barkov. Forsling's been amazing. Reinhardt has been sensational. You're getting your typical production from Verhaeghe. They're deeper, they're better, they're healthier, and I honestly think that a lot of this stems from getting their brains blasted in by the Lightning in 2022. They were the President's Trophy winners, and then in the second round went against Tampa, and they saw really the blueprint of what it was going to take. That's what spurred the trade to go get Tkachuk, and that really changed everything. And then last year, I think seeing just how deep and physical Vegas was, that gave a second part of that blueprint. And this Panthers team is the favorite and should be the favorite going into the final because they're deeper and they're more physical, and they have just as good scoring ability as Edmonton, though Edmonton absolutely has the superstar couple of best players on the planet combination.
Ken LaVicka, the voice of FAU, Dean of South Florida Sports, as far as we're concerned. Follow him on X at KLV Says. KLV says, hey, don't you think the Dolphins are the Panthers from 2-3 years ago? You know, the Dolphins have had, 4 straight winning seasons. They've made the playoffs, 2 years in a row. But they're pretty. You know, they're fun. They're pretty. That was the Panthers in 2000 through 22. And then they got physical. They got nastier. They got, we can beat you any style of play, not just freewheeling wide open. Don't you think the Dolphins need to make a similar adjustment that the Panthers made?
I tell you what, if you want to take my my hockey expert moniker after that analogy, you can have it. That was phenomenal, actually. That's extremely well done, or some sort of hockey football hybrid. I love that. I absolutely love that. Here's the problem: the Panthers spent one off season sort of after that revelation and learned a little bit about their roster, made some tough decisions. Went with the veteran coach, and then went and traded for the superstar and gave up a franchise player in Huberdeau. Made that change because they had self-realization. My fear with the Dolphins, and the division is still there for the taking for them. Without question, they could win the AFC East, but I don't see this offseason, because of the salary cap concerns they ran into and losing a Christian Wilkins and getting worse defensively, they have not made the proper steps to become the team that can win after Thanksgiving, that can win in temperatures that are sub 40 degrees. You're right. The Dolphins are really, really pretty. They're unbelievably aesthetically pleasing. In September and October, they're must-see. But then late in the year, and I don't think this is necessarily an indictment of Mike McDaniel as a coach. I think it may be offensive system and not having the type of pieces that, say, a San Francisco has. They don't have a serviceable tight end. You'll see what Jonnu Smith can do this year. Your running game's been banged up. Injuries haven't helped, but I refuse to use that as an excuse, because everybody in the NFL is down to bare bones come November and December. I just don't know if they, this offseason, have become improved from the last 2 years. It's nice to shore up Jalen Waddle, but I don't know if they have that toughness that's that's needed. I don't think they've made the additions. And again, they've been up against it with the cap. But yeah, I think the analogy is apt. The Panthers reacted. The Dolphins have sort of stayed status quo. They focused on improving the offense, but the defense is worse, and that's not going to win them games in December.
Well, and the defense was banged up at the end of last year. They don't get some of those guys back till mid-year. But, you made a comment about Mike McDaniel. I'm curious if I love McDaniel. I love the way he handles the media. He seems like a guy you'd want to sit down and have a beer with. But at the end of the day, I think he has the running game to do it. He just doesn't use it. He gets over his skis in games, Ken, and can't go back to what you need to do, and that's run the football. I think the running back room with A-Chain and Mozart's plenty good enough, and it might even help that offensive line out. He's got to commit to it, doesn't he?
Yeah, no doubt. I do think it's plenty good enough as well. And them staying healthy would certainly be helpful. My issue is, and you've seen plenty of the Dolphins, their third and short is confounding the way they run the football. To me, I understand wanting to hit the edges, and you've got the speed to do it. But at some point, I feel like Mike McDaniel overthinks himself. And you look at the playoff game against Kansas City, and Tua is throwing 38 times in that game. Yes, they were playing from behind, but they spent a good portion of the first half within a score. And there was almost a panic of, we got to try and spread this Chiefs defense out, and we got to throw against them, when it was clear that just wasn't going to go anywhere. I did not like Mike McDaniel floating that, maybe I'll let someone else call the plays, because I think as soon as you do that, you start throwing up a little bit of a white flag, and then things start to get a little bit, is there some issue here? But, yeah, committing to the running game and not running to the outside, have confidence other than Mostert, you can run up the middle. And if you can't run up the middle, then that's an indictment of Chris Greer and what he's done with the offensive line. But it's too inconsistent. As explosive as it is, it's too inconsistent. And that's what's so maddening about it. And this defense, I'd love to see Jalen Phillips come back and be able to rush the passer. But you just never know off of an Achilles. There's too many question marks, Reed. Could they win the AFC East? Yes. Can they win the Super Bowl? I don't know.
Ken LaVicka, KLV says, is how you follow him on X. All right. I was impressed. I was at Game 6. I was impressed. There were maybe 1,000 Ranger fans. Panther fans held on to their tickets. 5 years ago, Ken, the Panthers could have moved. I mean, they really could have.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious now. I got out of a speeding ticket on Sunday because a Palm Beach sheriff was so happy about the Panthers, and I'm a Rangers fan, that he said, you know what, you've suffered enough this weekend. Just go on your merry way. I'm curious if the Panthers now finally become a franchise in South Florida.
And over the years, I've run into the wrong damn Palm Beach sheriff based off of your experience the other night. You know what's funny is the Panthers. And you guys fight back on this if I'm wrong, but I think that through a over 20-year span, the Florida Panthers were the most relevant sports franchise in all of North America. Like I can't think of one that spent so much time being so irrelevant. And it wasn't finishing bottom of the East. It was finishing consistently 4 or 5 points out of the final playoff spot in the East, which is even more, it was breeding even more apathy. And so yes, they have a franchise now, and yes, there's a following now, and it typically was, Broward County, Fort Lauderdale area, that's Panthers fans since they moved back in the late 90s from Miami. But down here in South Florida, Palm Beach County, Broward County, Dade County, into the Keys, if there is a winner, if there is a reason, and I've experienced this firsthand with FAU, people are going to get caught up in it. People are going to become extremely involved, and that's absolutely what's happened here. I mean, even in 2022, say the Rangers came in, that it would have been 60-40 Panthers fans, or maybe even 50-50 Rangers fans would have taken over. The Leafs fans took over the first couple of games last year's series, and then reality started to set in, and the Panthers were able to hang on to tickets. Now, Panthers fans, there is a passion there. There is sort of and I appreciate this, a sort of bleep off New Yorkers, bleep off Bostonites, bleep off Northeast. This is our team. They've adopted it. And it's a very good home ice advantage now. And it's
Yes.
very enjoyable and very fun to see because, again, 20 years of being the most irrelevant franchise in all of sports, and now back-to-back Stanley Cup final appearances and
Awesome.
legitimate, growing, surging fan base. It's just fun to see something like that develop. And you guys saw it develop over on that side of the state. Tampa went through something very similar, though they were able to consistently maintain it over the years.
Ken LaVicka, follow him on X at KLV Says. KLV Says. Ken, will catch up during the finals if that's okay. Be well. Ken LaVicka, kind enough to join us on Miller and Moulton.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar.
Bringing that Kenergy to the show at 8 a.m.
No doubt about it. Why would you pay a guy to stay home? I don't get that. Makes no sense to me. Especially when he's good at what he does. Okay. Well, Irish football, I don't think that there's a better player in the league than Connor McDavid. I mean, I think if we held a draft right now of every player in the league and you could pick, I think
He's on the Mount Rushmore of hockey players, Irish football. I'm telling you.
I mean, out of 32 teams, I definitely think 30 would take him first.
And the other 2 should be fired.
And not only that, most people think he's playing hurt. Well, Logic Man, I think you're talking to yourself, but okay. Good luck. The NBA and the NHL don't really do the schedules, guys. ABC determines the schedules.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour on this first Monday of June. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So I'm going to throw some questions out at you. And, you can't be wrong. It's your opinion. But is goaltending overrated? And I'm asking the question because, my team has had 40 of the last 50 years outstanding goaltending. They really have. You can go all the way back to late 60s, early 70s. They had a Hall of Famer in nets and Eddie Jockerman. But, seriously, the last 35 years, Mark, John Van Beesbrook, Mike Richter, Henrik Lundqvist, Shesterkin. The Rangers goaltending has been top 5 in the league, basically, for 35 years on average. And they've made the finals twice in 45 years. If it's the most important thing in hockey and you're got top 5 goaltending, and then, come on, Mark. He was great last night. We know that. And he was solid with not a lot of action in game 5. But Skinner, for goodness sakes, they benched him once in the playoffs.
No, and David, I think part of it is not just having goaltending, it's getting hot goaltending. And that's where the overrated part comes in. Because what would you rather have? The great goaltender or the hot goaltender? And sometimes a series can be stolen by a hot goaltender. But it's tough to be disappointed. I know you're disappointed right now as a Rangers fan because you wanted more. But at the same time, they played the best team in hockey, took them as far as they could take them.
No, it's not that. I'm just talking in general. Honestly, how many cups did Hasek win? Okay? He got Buffalo to a final. Hasek didn't win a cup till he went to the best team in the league. The Wings were the best team in the league. When he joined them, they were the best team in the league. He made them better, but they were the best team in the league. I'm wondering, like, if you're running a team like the Panthers. I mean, Mark, if you think about what the Panthers have done, it's extraordinary. 2022, they were the best team in the regular season. In the first month of the season, their coach has to be fired because he's linked to the sexual scandal in Chicago when he was the head coach there, and he apparently knew about it and didn't do anything about it. So they have to let him go. A Hall of Fame coach. Their interim coach, Mark, he finished second coach of the year this year in Nashville. It's not like the guy was a bum. Led him to the best team in the regular season, and it'd be very easy to give him the job full time. And they went, tell you what, you're good. You're going to have a good life. Not the right fit. And all you guys who just had the best regular season in hockey, no.
We're going to get rid of a bunch of you.
And they go higher.
That's amazing to me is that they had the best team in hockey and broke the team up.
Right.
I mean, this was Tiger at his height saying, you know what? I think I need to change my swing.
Totally. Yes. Great analogy. After doing things that we, winning the Masters by 12 and the U.S. Open by 15. And but going forward, this isn't going to work. I need to change it. I'm sorry, what? Right. Now, the Panthers didn't win by 12 and 15, but they were right there. And they said to the coach, listen, you're 48 years old. You're going to have a great career. Just not the right fit right now. He's like, what are you talking about? Not the right fit. I just led us the best record in the league. I'm telling you, good luck in Nashville.
But here they are with the coach in the finals. Maurice has coached more games than anybody who's ever coached to not have won a Stanley Cup or one more game. It's one of the two.
Let's see. He took Carolina to the finals, right? They lost to that Wings team with Hasek. And he obviously took the Panthers to the finals last year. Knocked on the door many other times. He's been in like a handful of conference finals. But, yeah. He said something also, which, boy, you talk about timing, Mark. Timing. The TNT guys, they had John Cooper on the set. What was it? Was it Friday?
Yeah.
And obviously, John Cooper might be the best coach in hockey. And Paul Maurice made a comment in between games 5 and 6 when he met with the media, in which he said, these guys are pretty much at this point coaching themselves. He goes, last year was different. I had to put in systems and this, that, and the other thing. He goes, this year, guys, I'm telling you, the GM made the 2 deals at the deadline, and then I'm not doing much. And they turned to Cooper after running the bite, and Cooper goes, I know the feeling, okay, that you get a veteran team. They know how to play. They've been in every situation, and you do turn to your coaching staff and go, we just basically need to stay out of the way. Now, I'm sure he's not giving himself a lot of credit and all that, but I thought it was interesting. I mean, usually coaches, and John Cooper said, yeah, been there.
This is where you move from coach to psychologist. Because now you're just managing people. You're not putting systems in, and there's a lot of work of managing people. There are guys that aren't playing right now that you have to keep on that edge so that if they do get in the lineup, they're ready. He hasn't adjusted the lineup a whole hell of a lot throughout the postseason, but he's made some moves. When do you make those moves?
Well, back to the goaltending. Chicago won the 3 cups. I mean, what was it? Crawford won 2 of them? I mean, come on. Was he a top 10 goalie in the league?
Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, Pittsburgh, when they won the first cup with Fleury, okay, but, when they went back-to-back, didn't they have 2 different goalies?
They did.
They had the veteran the 1 year and Murray then came in the next year. I mean, I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, Paul Maurice just said, he goes, that's the bet about the Rangers goalie. He goes, that's the best goaltending I've seen in the playoffs in 22 years. He said, you got to go back to Jose Theodore in 2002, since I think I've seen better goaltending than that. I mean, obviously the Rangers are not going to get rid of him. And he's up in a year. He's going to make 11, 12. He's going to set a new bar for goaltender salaries. But I'm curious if you're putting together a hockey team, Mark. And by the way, this is how good this Panthers team is. They have faced Vasilevsky, Swayman, and Shesterkin. And they're 12-5. And I don't know how many other goalies you even replacing any of those three with?
Not even with the guy in Florida, David, and he's playing pretty well right now.
Yeah, save percentage over 920.
I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
If you were starting a team, and even if it was just not long term, but just 1 year, Vasilevsky or Bobrovsky, you're taking Vasilevsky.
Yeah.
Swayman or Bobrovsky, you're taking Swayman. It's
close.
But you're taking Shesterkin.
You are. Right. And they're 12-5 against these three teams. Veteran teams, too, who have won a lot of playoff games. That's why if Edmonton wins, I'm sorry. I'll be hard-pressed to come up with a bigger upset in the Stanley Cup Finals in 50 years.
They do have the best player in the world on their team.
I know. And they may have the second best player. But I'm sorry. Stunned. I think they're bigger favorites than the Celtics.
Yes, I would agree with that. David.
Miller and Moulton. Marc Malusis. We'll talk a little baseball. Yankees specifically, top of the hour.
Racing in time at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to
player manager role, huh? I like that. I don't know about dual threat. I like more of the player manager role. I can take us off the air in multiple ways.
By the way, to those wondering about the layoff, the leagues do not set the schedule. The leagues announce the schedule, so it gives the impression the leagues are setting the schedule. ABC is setting the schedule. And as for the hockey, when both series were 2-2, they had to allow for the possibility that one of the series would go 7. Now that both 1 and 6, instead of it being Saturday, Monday, you'd probably go, Wednesday, Friday would be better. But also think of the travel involved for Edmonton. They won last night. They'd have, quickly get to Florida. I mean, so, and then since ABC is showing both the NBA and the NHL finals, then you get what night. And I don't think arena availability is an issue with either one, but
Irish football, the fact that you have Patrick Kane on that list shows that I'm not being, that's the most laughable list I've ever seen. Are you serious? Seriously. Or unless it's a Vander Kane. I don't know which Kane you're putting on there. Candy Kane?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If it were cocaine, then maybe you'd have something.
Now we're talking. First off, I don't even know what the debate is now. Are we debating best player? Are we talking in the game today? What are we talking? Listen, Baxberg, I don't know how long you've been listening to the show. I mean, I voted Kucherov for MVP. I thought Kucherov should have won the Hart this year. And he's one of the 3 finalists. Tell you what, though, it's interesting. Everybody focuses on defense and goaltending. You know why Toronto's lost in the playoffs? They haven't scored goals. They haven't. Take a look. Last 2 years. Leafs scored 2 goals or less in most every game they've played. Why have the Rangers lost in the playoffs the last 3 years? Because against very good teams, they can't score. It was, Ryan. It was, but it's an all-star game.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Marc Malusis will join us then. We'll talk Yankees. About them Yankees. This, to me, though, another indictment. Indictment's too strong a word. My bad. Okay. But just an issue that baseball has. Mark, I have a simple question. Who is the best record in baseball?
I believe it's the Indians, isn't it?
Or
that's the American League.
Well, actually, in the last few days, okay, the team with the best record in Major League Baseball is the New York Yankees.
That's a good thing.
Right. New York. Aaron Judge just had a month in which he hit 15 home runs in a
The
month.
Soto guy's playing pretty good too.
The Soto guy's been tearing the cover off the ball all year. They're playing 689 baseball. They're on pace to win like 110 plus games. How much baseball are you hearing being talked about?
None.
This is the New York Yankees.
And I meant Guardians, by the way. That's how bad I am. You got me right off a break, getting things back on the air, and I said
No,
Indians.
I know. And I just let it go. I mean, people still, say Redskins. People still, the Chargers are still in
That's
San
$1.
Diego, right?
Wow.
The Chargers are still in San Diego.
Can't put that much pressure on me coming. I mean, we've got a lot of buttons to hit over here.
I
Dave.
know that. My bad. I'm going to have to wait. Now, we're adjusting going forward. We're going to have to wait at least 90 seconds coming out of break before I hit you with, that's on me. That's my bad. But, so you got Judge, who's at a pace which is damn near what his pace was when he hit 62 homers. You got the Soto guy who's on pace to hit well over 50 homers. They're the best team in baseball. They're the Yankees.
Right.
For goodness sakes. And they can't even get talked about on the talking head shows, on national sports radio and what have you. Listen, we're big college football guys. Now, we're in the South. We do a show in the Southeast. Okay, we in this part of the country, we will talk college football. College football outside of Colin Cowherd very rarely gets talked about nationally. Is that a fair statement?
It's whether it's fair or not is irrelevant. It's an accurate statement. I mean, it's an extremely, the Dan Patrick Show does virtually no college football.
Very little. Maybe a guest a week they do on college football. Right. And they do 15 hours nationally. Cowherd talks college football. Now he's based in California for the time being. He also talks a lot of USC, but
he'd talk more if they were when and if they get better.
Right. But the national talking head shows, the 2-hour shows in the morning on ESPN television, they don't talk college football. And their network owns the damn sport practically. They don't talk it. So it's not like there's not another major sport. We could argue. If I asked you, if our poll question today was, name the second biggest sport in America, and the choices were baseball, basketball, college football.
I think the NBA would get it in terms of, maybe not in terms of numbers of, viewership, because college football does really well, but in terms of what's talked about the most, what gets more of a 24/7 news cycle, the NBA's after the NFL.
Wow. Okay. Because I think I would have voted college football, but and
you're from a viewership standpoint, from a pure television viewership standpoint, you're probably right.
Oh no, from what they talk about on television standpoint, oh yeah, basketball is definitely number 2.
But that's not just an ESPN thing. That's a national talk radio thing.
Right. No, I know. Listen, if you listen to Fox Sports Radio, they either talk NFL or NBA, which kills me. I'm like, Fox hasn't never been associated with the NBA. And that's all they talk about. I'm shocked by it. But anyway, my point is, if you're baseball going forward, Aaron Judge, pretty marketable. Good-looking young guy. People know him. Hell, he's got national Jersey Mike's ads and a few other. It's not like people don't know who Aaron Judge is if you're a sports fan. He plays for the Yankees, for goodness sakes. And they're the best team in the league right now, nearly playing 700 baseball. Nobody's talking about them.
It has become a regional sport, David.
And I'm just curious, though, does that mean, though, do we think college football is a regional sport?
College football has become more national than baseball has from a marketability standpoint. We care more down here about Big Ten football than we do Dodger baseball, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd agree with that. But I'm just wondering if we're sitting around in a meeting, we're going to have David Sampson on the show tomorrow. David Sampson says baseball, when the 20 years he was in baseball, we were obsessed with this, obsessed with it. We talked about it all the time. What in the world can we do? I mean, Mark, I know I've already said it 17 times this segment. It's the Yankees, the only national team in the sport, you could argue. But they are national. There are Yankee fans everywhere. Far and away the most popular team in the league.
Well, and then the second most popular team's probably the Dodgers, right?
But sure. I mean, I'll go with it.
But they're very good. No, but I'm just to your point, David. Here are the Yankees on top of the game right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Dodgers having a really good season leading their division. The Phillies and Braves. The Braves are a bit of a national team from all their time on TBS.
Totally.
So of the teams that are good in the National League, take the Brewers out of it, the other four teams are all very popular teams. And you have Harper on the Phillies. Harper's a very marketable guy that people know.
What I'm wondering, what if anything, I mean, ESPN's still in the baseball game. They haven't dropped baseball yet. And whenever they can put the Yankees on Sunday Night Baseball, they do. And they're going to carry some playoff series. They'll carry every Yankees game they can get their hands on. If MLB will give it to them. I don't know. But here's the other thing. Like, the text line's in front of you. You get dozens of texts, every show. I monitor the Twitch chat room. And one of the beautiful things about a text line in a chat room is people can bring up what's on their mind. And they oftentimes bring up stuff we're not talking about. They want to get their 2 cents in about this is what's on my mind. Anybody bringing up baseball? When you go to the text line, when I go to the Twitch chat room, we have a diehard Orioles fan. He's been all in from day one. There's one guy on Twitch. He's been day one. We get Orioles stuff every day. I mean, I've gotten more Caitlin Clark WNBA comments in the Twitch chat room today than we have baseball. See what's going on with Caitlin. See how they roughed her up. What do they need to do? Should the league get involved? I mean, the Yankees are winning. And they are hitting home runs. And their big guys are doing it too. This isn't Gleyber Torres who's gotten hot. This isn't DJ LeMahieu finally staying healthy and producing. This is Aaron Judge and Juan Soto. One guy's righty, one guy's lefty. And crickets nationally. Do we think it'll change this week? We talked about it at the beginning of the show. Think about, you got college baseball and softball going. College baseball today, and then you don't have college baseball on Friday. You got college softball going the rest of this week. We don't have an NBA game till Thursday night. We don't have a hockey game till Saturday night.
No, I think this week will be dominated in the sports media landscape by the NBA Finals. That's what will be talked about this week nationally. It won't be baseball.
What are they going to talk about?
They're going to continue to try to break down the series and show you ways that Boston can lose. Because that's what they like to do.
I get it. The pressure's on the Celtics. Dallas, a 5 seed. You don't see many of them in the finals. It is interesting, by the way, in the hockey and basketball, 3 of the top 4 seeds lost before the finals. Only the Celtics made it. And they probably would have made it anyway, but, I mean, all 3 teams they faced, were not at 100%, which helped. But Rangers and Stars were the 2-1 seeds in their sport. They both just lost in the conference finals. And Oklahoma City was the 1 seed in the West.
And I know you're talking about the good teams in baseball, David, to switch you. But as we pointed out earlier in the show, you've got 6 teams in the American League that are better than 500 and 5 teams in the National League that are better than 500.
Yeah, that's not good. But it's not even being talked about. I mean, once again, if I'm baseball, I just, hey, there's no such thing as bad publicity. I tell you what, I'd love for Dan Patrick or Colin Cowherd if I'm Major League Baseball today. Give me a 12-minute segment telling me how much my sport sucks. Honestly, go. Knock yourself out.
What's been the biggest story of the baseball season so far?
Angel Hernandez.
Uh-huh. And it's not close. Think about that, Dave.
The umpiring has been the biggest story, I think, nationally so far this baseball season. Yankees are basically playing 700 baseball. They have 2 stars. They're hitting home runs.
And by the way, for the true baseball person, opinions don't matter, David. The sport's easy now. It's all run by analytics. Right. A feel, a take. That's not part of what the game is now. It's what does the folders say? It's the one thing, and watching a little college World Series or a little college baseball regionals over the weekend, David. Do you see these guys? They all have the same quarterback forearm.
Right.
Index cards. And they're all, every batter in between every at-bats, checking his sheet. Watched the center fielder make a really good play in a game last night. The first thing he did was reach into his pocket and look at the piece of paper to figure out where he's got to stand next.
I will say, and if I was running college baseball, and I'm sure there'd be all sorts of blowback. Do you know one of the biggest reasons why the sport is so slow is every pitch is called from the dugout. Every single one. At least in Major League Baseball and even in minor league baseball, they've had their pregame meetings and the manager tells, now the catcher looks at his arm and how we want to pitch guys. Okay. But at least it's called, the catcher is calling that. In college baseball, Mark, you just watched it. How many times is the catcher looking into the dugout?
The whole game.
Right. And then, okay, now I'll give the signals. Yeah, those college baseball games are way too
But
long.
Major League Baseball isn't. They've shortened their games. Their product is as condensed as it's been in 50 years.
2:35 right now. The games are 5 minutes shorter than they were last year. They're getting them down at 2:35, man. Apparently,
and you're right. The Yankees are the best team in baseball, and no one seems to care about the sport or that. I know Yankee fan does. I get that.
Yeah, and that's a big fan.
And there are a lot of you. We're not saying that you're not fans of your team anymore. That's not at all what we're trying to say. But nationally,
nothing. And if you're Major League Baseball, what can you do? It's another reason why, and I know you hate the idea, but it's another reason why if I'm baseball, I would promote the split season idea. All right, I got the month of June. I'm getting, basketball games are being played once every 3 days. Hockey games every 2 to 3 days. There's a lot of open time for me this month. See, to me, I gotta, okay, you haven't been paying attention to us. It's June. I gotta get you. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't have a solution. I'm just bringing it up
well, and records don't matter anymore in the sport. I will say a sport that lived on records. You've talked about this. Judge is going to get 50. So
might get 60.
Okay. We've seen that.
Sometimes we can be a tough audience. That is true. We are fickle and yet tough.
Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839. got your second bird there.
Well, I thought you gave me the bird visually. I thought
I did.
Okay. I mean, I could let it go. I don't care. I just
No. I'm just.
But it also bothers you when you don't do it, and then you realize you go, oh.
Well, I'll tell you what, Irish football, you are right on that. I mean, watching the college regionals, these guys, they'll 109 pitches, they don't care. They're not saving arms in college, David.
Not at this time of the year, especially.
The game, that Wake Forest game I was telling you about, that ECU Wake Forest game, had two of the top maybe 5 pitchers in college baseball going at it. This Yusevich kid for ECU is really good, and Burns for Wake Forest, both really good. Yusevich had a record for most pitches in a game. I think they took him out at 109.
Well, I know Chris Sale's last year at FGCU, his pitch limit was $130. Toe only got there once. There was a complete game, I think, at Oklahoma State, but he tried to keep him under 120, but the absolute max was 130.
All right, I'm going to call this guest. Shit. Crap.
That's all right.
Yeah, I know. I got a lot going on here. There's David right there. Let's turn this one.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
It is the final hour of Miller and Moulton. It's the Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Marc Malusis is kind enough to join us once again. He does the TV thing on PIX 11 in New York, and he does the radio thing on the legendary WFAN. You can follow Marc on X at Marc with a C, Malusis, Malusis. Marc, it is David and Marc in Florida. Good morning. How are you?
David, Marc, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're doing well. We just did a segment in which we're talking about how nationally, anyway, baseball can't get any attention. Obviously, that's not the case in your backyard with both the Yankees and the Mets at the two extremes. Let's talk Yankees. All right. Are they a little over their skis here, or is this kind of what you think you're going to get for another 4 or 5 months?
I think they're. I mean, like I think they're a little bit. I don't think anyone expected the starting rotation without Garrett Cole having under ERA under 3. Luis Heel to be, right there is one of the best pitchers in all of Major League Baseball. So I think from that aspect of it, their starting rotation, Clark Schmidt is out for the next 4 to 6 weeks. Their combined ERA is under 3. I mean, that's just ridiculous. They're going to get Cole back at some point in time. He begins a rehab assignment, I think, on Tuesday in Somerset. I think he's going to make 2 or 3 rehab starts before he rejoins, as long as everything goes well, before he rejoins the Yankees starting rotation. So I think the starting rotation's out over their skis. I think the lineup is legit. I mean, right? I mean, it's really good. Volpe is kind of worked on his swing, flattened things out. He still strikes out a little bit, but he had that 20-plus game hitting streak going. We all know how good Juan Soto is. Judge struggled. I think it had more to do with the fact that he got injured down in Tampa, dealing with that abdominal oblique injury. But once May hit, I mean, he's got 21, 22 home runs now. He's been utterly ridiculous. So they're 2 of the top 5 hitters in the sport. So you're throwing Soto with Judge, 2 of the top 5, and Soto's been unbelievable. Contract year for him. It's been, the lineup has been what many people expected. The starting rotation's been a surprise.
What has it been about the pitching that, I mean, obviously the surprise of how well they're doing, but did this come out of nowhere, or was there someone out there barking that this could have been what indeed happened?
No, I don't think anyone expected it. I mean, like, Stroman's an interesting guy. I don't think there was a great celebration when Marcus signed here because of the experience that Met fans went through when he was in Queens. He's been really good. Rodon last year was a disaster. He just was. He's in better shape coming into this year. But Rodon's been really very good. Nestor Cortez last year had kind of a down year. He's banged up as well. You throw in Clark Schmidt before he got hurt, kind of found himself. I think the revelation is Luis Heel. So I don't think there's anybody out there telling you that without Garrett Cole that, I mean, I call him Pinocchio because they'd be lying. They think that this rotation would be what it has been. I always maintained before the start of the season, I thought they needed to add a starter in order to win a World Series. They haven't won a World Series since 2009. You got a long way to go in the MLB regular season. I think if you're going to look at one concern, I think there'd be a little bit back into the bullpen. Clay Holmes, is he good enough to kind of seal home or get you to a World Series, get you through the American League, help you win a World Series? Is he kind of that kind of lights out closer? I think the Yankees think he is, but I think there's some trepidation there. But we got ways to go in this regular season. Got to stay healthy. But right now, Soto, Judge, this offense has been ridiculous. Starting rotation has been really good. Coming off an 82 and 80 season last year, the Yankees have been the complete opposite. Last year, they were unwatchable. Last year, they were boring. Last year, ratings were down. Everything was bad, bad, bad. This year, the Yankees, they're never out of any game. You saw it yesterday in San Francisco. They've been an absolute joy to watch. They're playing brilliant baseball.
4 in the 9th, the rally to sweep the Giants. 7-5 was the final. Soto with 2 home runs. Marc Malusis of Channel 11 in New York and WFAN in New York. Follow him on X at Marc with a C. Malusis, Malusis. What if the biggest concern is the owner? I mean, coming out a few weeks ago and saying, yeah, we got to get this payroll down in the future. I can't be spending $300 million a year. Marc, like you pointed out, been 15 years since they won a World Series. Been 15 years since they've been in a World Series. Don't you have to get to one as an owner first before you start talking about reducing the payroll?
Yeah, it's like a wet blanket. Like everyone's enjoying it or whatever, and then all of a sudden here comes Hal Steinbrenner talking about the fact, but talking about the fact that this is not sustainable. I think their payroll coming into it was like 313 or 323, something like that, is where it stands right now. And that, he does not want to spend this kind of money. And you can make the argument he shouldn't have to in order to field a competitive team, but he is the New York Yankees, right? They used to be the evil empire, but that's on the heels. He makes those comments And then like 5 or 6 days before, he talks about wanting to sign Juan Soto long term. Well, I mean, how Juan Soto is going to make anywhere from $50 to $55 to $57 million per year over the course of 10 years. Like, you're looking at a 10-year, $570 million contract. How exactly then are you going to work it to where you have a really good team, you're paying Soto, and you're not passing $300 million? So I totally agree with you. Like, I told Yankee fans this. I said this yesterday. Like, enjoy it. Like, don't worry about, like, Met fans kind of poking the bear, talking about wanting to sign Juan Soto after the season for Steve Cohen. Don't listen to Hal. Don't listen to anything else. Like, enjoy this season because, like, it goes by really fast. They're setting up for a memorable season. I'm not going to compare them to Ruth and Garrick. I'm really not. Or, even Maris and Mantle. Let's see what the season had. But you get a sense now of what it was like having, like, those caliber of players in the same lineup, because there's no doubt, like Judge and Soto, when they're right, they're as good as it gets in all of Major League Baseball, and it's ridiculously fun to watch. And I just remind Yankee fans, listen, Hal's going to complain. That's the businessman coming out of Hal Steinbrenner. I get it. But you want to win a World Series, Hal will spend the money. He said it, he's shown you in the past. Don't listen to it. And, sometimes timing is everything. Hal Steinbrenner, like, this season's been unbelievable for the Yankees up until this point in time. Now's not the time to talk about payroll and what's sustainable and what's not.
We were talking, obviously, as David mentioned, in New York, baseball's king, and we get it. But what would you do if you were baseball right now? Because nationally, the Yankees aren't being we're talking about I get the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Finals. It's Florida and Edmonton. That's not going to get a lot of talk because the Rangers got bounced. But what would you do if you were baseball to try to get more of a national appeal to your sport? And I don't know what it is, because the Yankees, as good as they are, that usually is a draw in and of itself.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think, they've sped up the game. That's, I guess, worked to some sort of a degree. The national broadcast, there's so many games. I think they've done a poor job marketing. I think they got to show a little more of the personalities. I think that's worked in the NBA. It's worked to a certain extent in the NFL. I mean, nothing compares to the NFL because it's the easiest sport to bet on. It's the most enjoyable watch on television when you're sitting at home, when you're watching the National Football League. Some would even say it's better even than sitting at home watching a football game is better than being there in person. So nothing's going to compare to the NFL. You look at, when you look at Major League Baseball, they've tried to do things to try and make it a more watchable, more entertaining product, especially for the younger sports fan that wasn't hooked in 20 or 30 years ago. I don't know exactly where they can go. I really don't. I think they got to let the changes kind of play out. I think they market their players, show they're a little bit more personality, show that baseball can be fun, like all those things that kind of play with other sports. But when you get down to it, there's not a ton of action when you look at Major League Baseball. That's the other issue. I love it. I'm a huge baseball fan. I can sit there and watch Yankee games, Met games all the time. But I understand why for the younger sports fan, they do not kind of move over or decide to watch a baseball game, even with now the shorter time frame when you're looking at games.
Very quickly, other side of New York, should they blow it up? Alonso, you name it, just line them up, blow it up, start over?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that's where it's setting up. I mean, I think there's a possibility that they could trade Alonso and then Steve Cohen could come in with free agency and bring him back. I think that's a possibility. I think it's a little bit of a long shot given the emotions and everything. But, you got to look at who's tradable. Like, Lindor's not tradable, but Alonso will go, Marte will go, Jeff McNeil will go. I think that's where we're going. I think definitely Marte, McNeil. I think Alonso, it depends on where this team is. But yeah, I think David Stern's going to be given an opportunity to run this team. He's got no emotional commitment to Pete Alonso. And I think you look at the scenario and saying, he's going to be given time after the great learning lesson that Steve Cohen learned by trying to buy a World Series, and that blew up in the Mets faces. So I think when you look at it now, the way that this season is trending, think about this. The Mets have had 6 games after the 8th inning that they've been leading since May 1st that they've lost. Like, that's no other team in Major League Baseball since May 1st now. No other team in Major League Baseball is more than 2. It's happened 6 times for the Mets in basically the last, 30 days. It's crazy what has happened with the Mets, and I don't think there's enough talent to dig themselves out of it. I could be wrong. I know it's a long MLB season, but I think they're going to end up, tearing it all down.
And Mark, as we've talked on the show earlier today, the Cardinals below 500 are actually the final playoff team in the National League. If the Mets had procured 4 or 5 of those leads and held them, I think the Mets would be right there with the Cardinals and would actually be a playoff team. Marc Malusis, thanks for your time and your insight. We appreciate it. All the best. And now that the Knicks and Rangers are done, it's baseball for 2-3 months, baby.
That's it until football gets going. My pleasure, guys. Anytime. Have a great day.
Marc Malusis does the sports nightly on PIX 11. He also hosts a radio show on WFAN in New York. Follow him on X, Marc with a C, Malusis, Malusis.
I'm with him on marketing the players, but they've missed that boat. They don't want to promote individualism in that sport.
Do they need a national TV show that's not on MLB Network Radio? Do they need to somehow, some way find a network and come up with their Inside the NBA?
Marc Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, hop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI,
Crowbert, there are people out there. They're also, you got to remember, Barkley wasn't this good when they started. Like they're showing highlights of this show 20 years ago and what have you. You know, first off, Shaq's only been there 12 years. Chuck wasn't this entertaining when he started. But, you know, like even Gretzky. Gretzky this year finally became decent. His first 2 years, he struggled mightily. You know, I don't think Messier's good. I don't. I know he brings
As long as
crowd.
it's the Rangers, he's fine.
I just don't think. I mean, I got to admit, I know a lot of people don't like him. PK Subban knows the league and is willing to give his opinion. You may not like it, but
I agree with that.
Adam, are you serious? Have you checked out the NBA lately? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
You know, normally it's at this point of the show that we start promoting the next segment. You know, good, bad, ugly, what's on tap today was the day when. I'm just curious with you having to multitask now. You know, like the play of the day has gone by the wayside. What about good, bad, and ugly? What's on tap today was the day when?
We'll trudge along.
Okay. Is there anything I need to jump in on?
No.
No?
I think I've got enough.
All right.
I think there's going to be a lot more work done on the night prior to the show to get this stuff done. So I'm not doing as much during the day because this is taxing, to say the very least.
I know. And you've done yeoman's work today. All right. Especially along the Twitch chat room there. Twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Ken LaVicka, Marc Malusis joined us on the show. We'll be able to download those interviews at some point in time.
We'll see.
Okay. MillerandMoulton.com. Hey, are you a Portnoy guy?
I am. I mean, I find the whole story fascinating of what he built Barstool into and how he did it. He how do I say this? Because I am someone who is spiteful of my enemies. He seems to even go too far with his vendettas against some that I don't think is necessary.
Okay.
But as someone who can appreciate a good vendetta,
right,
it's hard for me to be critical of that.
I like that. First off, he's willing to put up his own money for things. Secondly, I love what he does with the pizza when he goes to town and the pizza reviews, and he has changed the lives of certain local business people over the recent years with his pizza reviews. I think that's awesome. I really do. Good for him. He's also a gambler.
Yes.
Yeah. Dave Portnoy's on a heater when it concerns the big sporting events in this country. He bet $1.3 million on Scotty Scheffler to win the Masters.
Right.
He bet $2.1 million on UConn to win the college basketball national championship.
That's pretty good.
$500,000 on the Chiefs. Bet the Texas-Washington semifinal. He was on Washington. He bet the other semifinal, Michigan-Alabama. He was on Michigan.
Well, he is a Michigan grad after all, so I mean,
I
he wasn't going the other way on that one.
I understand, but he put his money where his loyalty was.
Very much true.
Anyway, on those big events, he's up nearly $5.5 million. He's got $1.1 million on the Celtics. And he didn't make this bet like yesterday. I mean, I think he did this, I don't know if he did it during the season or he did it before the playoffs, but he's got 1.1 on the Celtics. Okay. I mean, listen, you and I, if we had the money, we knew they were going to the finals. I mean, we knew they were winning 12 games. It was just a matter of, are they going to get to 16? So I don't give them a lot of credit for that. You?
No.
Okay.
No.
He put $1 million on the Edmonton Oilers to win the Stanley Cup.
Now that takes a little more kahunas.
Yeah.
Because they're not the best team.
No, they are not. And in fact, they're not the best team in the West, even though they're Western Conference champions. That's the beauty of the playoffs, baby. Trying to get John Forsland on later on this week. That's hockey, baby. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you not have Edmonton in the final at the beginning of the year? Did you have an Edmonton-Toronto final?
I was thinking about it, and then I went Colorado-Toronto.
Gotcha. Okay. You went with your buddy Bednar, the coach of the Avs.
I did.
Yep.
I did. Well, look, I think these season-long prediction things are fun but foolish. I could pick names out of a hat and do just as well.
I understand, right? Yeah. So, yeah, if he wins them both, and I do think Boston's going to beat Dallas, but I think it's going to be a very good series. Like, I'll be very remember before the Rangers-Panthers series, I said, and I think you agreed, we saw it as a 1-1, 2-2 series, and then whatever happens, happens. We both thought the Panthers would win, but at least it would be, for the first week, it'd be a real series. I'll be very surprised if the NBA Finals isn't also 1-1, 2-2.
I'm with you 100% on that one. I have this feeling Dallas is going to win the finals.
Ooh.
Because in basketball, the best player can win 4 games. The best player plays for Dallas.
Now they're going to put Drew Holiday on him. Probably the best defender he's faced so far. And I don't think he's going to get the calls against Holiday and the Celtics that he was getting against the T-Wolves.
Oh, really?
I don't.
Okay.
No. Because I thought they gave him regular season contact calls. The whole, first off, he travels a lot. They don't call it. But the whole, he's constantly leaning in sideways, backwards to cause the contact. I don't know in the finals, if they're going to give him that benefit of the doubt.
Well, you may be right, because typically stars don't get calls in the finals.
But he wants a call every time down the floor, though.
And complains when he doesn't get it.
Every time down the floor. I mean, he does. He's beyond whining. He complains so much. I think we got to come up with another word that's above whining.
Well, we don't like to swear on the air. It's a word you can say, but it's the level past whining.
Man, a lot.
And moaning, if you know what I'm saying.
Which is why it's, to me, interesting that so many people like him. Because usually when a player complains that much, we as fans get turned off by that player.
100%.
I mean, how come they don't hold it against Luka the way they hold it against LeBron?
Well, I think they do hold it against LeBron. I think
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Why don't they hold the complaining against Luka the way they hold the complaining against LeBron?
Luka's newer on the scene.
Gotcha.
And we'll see how this series goes on how much public sentiment turns on Luka, because he will complain the entire game.
I do have a wish. I do hope Dallas wins game 1 because of the Kyrie Irving thing. That apparently he is Boston sports public enemy number 1.
2, 3, 4, and 5.
So, I am rooting for Kyrie to go for 39 and hit 2 shots in the final minute and have the Mavs win 108, 104. I am. I just whatever happens after that, the Celtics win the next 4 games. I don't care. But if I could script game 1, that's how I'm scripting it.
I like that script for what it's worth, because it will. Every series needs juice, no matter who the teams are. Dallas winning in Boston gives the series immediate juice.
Sure. And if they do it right away, pressure on the Celtics. Could fall apart just like that.
Well, and give me a game where Kyrie plays really well and Tatum doesn't. Because then what the narrative will become. And the pressure that will be on Tatum.
Thursday night, NBA Finals. Got to wait to Saturday night. Man, those of us that have been watching hockey every night for 2 months, we got to wait till Saturday. We know why, but still, that's tough. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Final thoughts, maybe even a boost and a sprinkle. Next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F.
Yeah, Sonny, I think he does. First off, Ewers missed a game or two last year with injury, and I think also we could have a Jalen Hurts Tua situation on our hands here. I could see Arch just forcing himself onto the field at some point.
I listened to that interview with Villapiano that Kerwin did.
Yeah.
Drops an F-bomb.
Mm-hmm.
It was something. The stories were fantastic.
Yes, they were.
Stories of them eating brownies on the plane. And the Raiders, that Blanda and Otto not knowing that they were weed brownies. I was laughing out loud. All right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes to the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Final segment of the Diamond District bonus hour on Miller and Moulton for the 239 and the 904. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Before we get to how we normally end the show, a story that broke as we were wrapping up last segment. So we didn't jam it in because we wanted to discuss it just a touch. Mark, this just in, the wide receivers continue to get paid.
Paid?
Well,
you're just saying he got paid?
I could put
a whole damn bag, David.
I could put an adjective or two in front of it, but
wow.
So the Vikings and Justin Jefferson, and I got to admit that I think Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb are like, yeah, all right. 4 for $140. That's 35 per. 110 of it's guaranteed, so essentially 3 of the 4 years are guaranteed. Now it's an extension. Jefferson's making 19.7 this year, final year of his rookie deal. He's 25 this year. Then the 4-year extension kicks in. So the Vikings will have him for 26, 27, 28, 29. And in theory, that these are the 5 years that J.J. McCarthy is on what? His rookie contract.
Right.
But he becomes now highest paid non-quarterback in the league.
110 guaranteed.
Not only that, I thought I saw where like they owe him like 86 or 88 million at signing. 88.743 million is due at signing. So he's getting, 60+% of it up front. That's a good day. It's a good day. So, but now Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, also a couple defensive players are going to raise their hand, right?
Parsons
are going to raise their hand and go, "Hey, now, come on." I'm just saying, hey, 4 seasons in the league. Do we all think Jefferson is better than CeeDee Lamb?
Yes.
Okay. How much better? Just consider that because they both played 4 years in the league. Lamb has caught 3 more passes. than Jefferson. Jefferson missed about 6 games last year. Jefferson has caught those nearly 400 passes in 4 years for 750 more yards than Lamb. So he's averaging about 2 yards more a catch. Lamb actually has 4 more touchdowns than Jefferson. Jefferson's been to 3 All-Pros, or been All-Pro 3 times, Lamb twice. So even if you consider him to be just not quite as good, what's it going to take now to sign CeeDee Lamb? 32, 33?
I was thinking, I was actually splitting that. 4 for $130.
Okay. And the Cowboys could argue you play in a no-tax state, just so you know. You'd actually take home more money.
Whatever.
I know. I'm just saying.
I think that's the most laughable thing that a team could put out there. Oh, you're in a non-taxable. I don't give a damn. Pay me the money.
Well, but if you're taking home more money staying here, listen, I told you, I brought it up last week. They're seriously discussing, apparently, in hockey going forward, the advantages that the teams in a no-income tax state have versus the Canadian teams versus New York, Boston, California, etc. And they're wondering, do they need to adjust the cap based on state income taxes? Their argument is Nashville, Florida, Tampa Bay, Dallas, you name it, have a tremendous advantage
when it comes to free agent signings.
That they can essentially sign 2 more players in terms of how much further their money goes. But anyway, so Jefferson, 4 for $140.
The reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Marc Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Most of these are a little bit newer, and I mean in our lifetimes, David. But we start in 1888. Casey at the Bat, first published. First American astronaut walks in space today in 1965. Aretha's Respect hits number 1 today in 67.
Ooh, that'll be in my head all day.
Today in 69, A Very Hungry Caterpillar is published. If you have a child, you've read The Child, that book. Today in 1970, Ray Davies had to fly round trip to London to change 1 word of the song Lola so it could be played on the BBC. It went from Coca-Cola to Cherry Cola. L-O-L-A, Lola. Bob Marley releases Exodus today in 1977. Time magazine would name it the album of the century in 1999. 1980, ESPN begins televising the College World Series. Larry King Live debuts on CNN today in 1985. The Tiananmen Square Massacre occurred today in 1989.
Do you know CNN's debut was over the weekend? June 1st is CNN's anniversary, 1980.
Scully did 23 innings in 1 day in 2 cities today in 1989.
Wasn't the second one Houston? Didn't he have to get to Houston, I think?
I think that's right. Today in 2012, Tiger wins the Memorial, his 73rd PGA victory, equaling Jack. And Succession debuted today in 2018 on HBO. Chuck Barris from Gong Show fame and Sam Mills both born today.
Dun, 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 dun. Sorry.
Billy Cunningham's 81. Hale Irwin is 79. Al Horford and Rafael Nadal are each 38 years old today. What did I miss, David?
Well, I got one tidbit. It's probably not worthy of making the list, but it was today in 1956 that Santa Cruz, the city in California, banned rock and roll. Bill Haley in the comments and that Elvis guy, Chuck Berry, you're just, they called it Music detrimental to both the health and morals of our youth and community. Of course, if there was a spokesman for rock and roll at the time, they would have said, yeah, so? But yeah, anything in public in the city of Santa Cruz, California in 1956 cannot play rock and roll. Apparently, somebody threw a dance party. I'm sorry.
That's me. I'm hitting way too many buttons.
Somebody threw a dance party, apparently like the night before or something, and a big ruckus. And so the city, that's how the city of Santa Cruz reacted. Well, then we're banning the music.
Now, you can't ever have a ruckus.
Or a brouhaha, or right. And, banning the music, that always works.
Always, every time.
Yep, sure has.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Marc Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Alachua, Florida for the good, where a Florida Highway Patrol officer spotted a kitten in the middle of the roadway while vehicles continued to pass within feet of it. He got out of his patrol vehicle, was able to get a truck driver to help stop traffic, rescued the kitten, and the department said the kitten now is a forever loving home with one of the department's dispatchers. For the bad, we go to North Naples, where, David, what happened when the lights were on behind you? What did you do?
You turned them out, didn't you?
No, I mean, when the police lights were behind you.
You pull right over.
Pull right over, right? Well, this guy didn't and went 4 miles.
What?
With the police chasing him.
What?
They immediately took him into custody.
I mean, I don't know if you can go much more than 400 yards before I think they would get annoyed. Maybe you're an awkward spot on the road. You want to pull down a side street, maybe 4 miles.
And then pull over. That's the kicker. Hey, I've had him chase me for 4 miles. I think I'll pull over here.
What do you say? Hey, man, I didn't see you.
Finally, the ugly. We go to Edgemont Key in Florida, where video caught a Bradenton man landing a helicopter in the middle of a closed shorebird nesting site at the Edgemont Key State Park. A woman got out of the chopper, took a few photos, hopped back on the chopper, and they took off. The difference when you do that in a chopper is it's pretty easy for them to figure out who you are. And when he landed, well, authorities were there to give Ernesto Cordero a few citations for landing his helicopter in a nesting area. They don't take that nesting area stuff they don't take that lightly around here, David. I don't know if you're aware. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 3rd, 2024.
So no basketball, no hockey. There's 8 baseball games tonight, but no Rays, no Marlins, for that matter, no Yankees. And I don't think there's a national broadcast of any kind. No, actually tonight, FS1, 9:30, Giants Diamondbacks. Ooh, that'll draw them in. There's one matchup, though, that's interesting because, as Mark, you brought up a couple times today, there are very few winning teams in baseball. Only 6 teams with a winning record in the American League, only 5 in the National. 2 of the 5 are playing each other. Brewers at Phillies. This could be a divisional playoff series. And despite the best start in Phillies franchise history, Mark, if the Brewers were in the same division as the Phillies, they'd be closer than the Braves would. Brewers are only 4.5 behind the Phillies, 4 in the loss column. So just interesting series. You kind of gauge yourself. How good are you, etc. Really, college. I mean, there's tennis going on, the French Open. If you're into that sort of thing, Djokovic, I think it starts in about 15 minutes. But College baseball and softball. You got 5 more spots in the Super Regionals, Mark, that have to be determined in college baseball today. And the Gators are one of them. 3 o'clock this afternoon, ESPNU. They're the home team against Oklahoma State. Winner goes to the Super Regionals. Loser's done. But your son's alma mater, East Carolina, they got a winner-take-all game against Evansville. North Carolina against LSU is a winner-take-all game.
By the way, I give Evansville kudos for fantastic nicknames. I mean, because every school has the same. You get to the lower level schools, you've heard all their nicknames before. How many purple aces are there out there?
I'm with you. That's good.
And what's funny is they're the home team on the road because they came out of the winner's bracket. So I always find it interesting if you can somehow get to the final of a region and you are in the winner's bracket, you're the home team.
Right. You can be playing the host school as the home team.
Right.
College softball, they're down to 4. Texas and Oklahoma are 1-2. They're the overwhelming favorites to meet in the finals beginning tomorrow. But the Gators have their shot. 4th-ranked Gators. They have to beat Oklahoma twice.
That's almost impossible. Oklahoma barely loses twice in a season.
Right. I know Oklahoma's lost 6 times all year in 62 games, and the Gators have to beat them twice in 4 hours. But anyway, first game today is, I think, noon, but now I've seen it move to 1:30. Anyway, college softball this afternoon. Gators try to, pull off a major upset.
Major upset.
So there you have it. That's pretty much it. Only 8 baseball games, no hockey, no basketball, some college baseball and softball.
It's getting to be that time.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I saw our buddy Bud Elliott. He does his summer school podcast where he starts getting you ready. One of my favorite listens over the summers. He does about 20, 30 minutes on every one of your college football teams just to give you a little springboard to get ready for the season.
82 days till week 0, 89 till week 1, 94 to the Chiefs and the Ravens. David Sampson will join us on the show tomorrow. Thanks for listening. Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years?